Okay. So thanks so much. And
I would invite any of you want to come see,
Yeah.
let me know, let Amy know. We'd love to have you come stop by and see our facility.
I think all the board would say that these the tours are really a big highlight of our time when we come into small communities, getting to know, the community's personality a little better and get a taste of its culture. And Greybull definitely did not disappoint. It was an awesome
We're glad
visit.
you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
So I sort of inadvertently, but actually I think it might actually worked out better, skipped over an item, and I thought maybe having the Greybull presentation before we actually go to committee assignments, which some people akin that to watching paint dry. So we would like to back up and pick one item off that I skipped over, and that's the 2020 board committee structure. And for those in the audience, there are 3 standing committees that we have as part of the Business Council. And this year we're actually going to create some other committees too. And so I wanted to kind of walk through that and make assignments and do that as expeditiously as possible. I'd like to start off with the new committees. We have 3 new committees that will, at least be in place for this year or until the committee work gets completed. Potentially could go into next year. That just depends on incoming co-chair DeVore. First special committee that we're creating is called our Outreach Committee. And this committee is to continue the momentum that the Business Council generated through the search process as we did the search for our new CEO. I think we really reinvigorated many of our external relationships, created some new ones. And we think that is really important for the Business Council moving forward to have those relationships. And so in creating this committee, I think that will help us do that. And we're asking Megan to be the chairperson of that committee, if you would kindly accept that, so we could have not only you helping us with the momentum that you created during the search, Megan, but also have you around to help us with your experience and expertise that you gained last year as the chair. And I certainly know I could use your help and have you at the table, if you'd be so kind to accept that.
I'd be honored. I don't know if the rest of you feel that way, but I'm honored.
If anybody has any objections, they can pick it up with Megan later. So thank you, Megan. And then Megan will be reaching out to some of our, the external entities, and to try to make relationships that are sort of like a board-to-board level in those entities. She'll have ongoing and good dialogue with those folks. She'll be bringing those insights into the boardroom through this committee process, and just happy to have you do that, Megan. So thank you. Okay. The next special committee we're going to be creating is our Strategy Execution Committee. And this committee will be working with our Chief Strategy Officer to really focus, to try to provide more of a focused work on the strategy, rather than have to take all 15 of us and take a really deep dive. The hope for this committee is that they will actually do that, and then just through the process of working together as board members, kind of disseminate that information both formally and informally. And so Kim, if you'd be so kind, I'd like you to be the chairman of that committee.
Sure.
And Jason, if you would be the vice chair of that committee. And we'll talk about how we fill those committee members here shortly. The idea of the chair and the vice chair is a little different. We typically haven't done that before, where we've actually named a vice chair, but there is a lot of committee work, plus everybody's very busy. And by designating a second in that committee, we thought that way, if somebody feels like they have too much going on, they can't make a particular meeting, that there's an automatic person to step up, and hopefully between those two, we can keep the continuity of whatever work and items that are going on with that committee moving forward. So then on the Josh's favorite committee, we're going to have a CEO transition committee. I'm not transitioning him out, transitioning you in.
That's good.
Sort of an onboarding committee. And this committee's focus will be really to help during the interview process. We threw out all the wonderful and amazing and exciting things that come with the job. And this committee is going to break the real news to you. So,
Good.
in all seriousness, this committee will be doing goal setting. Part of I think managing performance and expectations is making sure that those are all very clear. So this committee will serve as sort of the front line in doing that. And then also it's really a best practice anytime you bring in a new executive into an organization, and especially at the CEO level, that you give them, a very sound and solid kind of a formal review within 6 months or so of them coming on board. And so this committee will actually take that as a primary responsibility to work that through. The board will have an opportunity for input on that, but again, we wanted to have a focus group to kind of work with you and build that stuff up. So,
Yeah.
and
Thank you, Mike. I think that's really important, and I appreciate the work because it is extra work for everyone to do, and I appreciate that to get started on the right foot.
Yep. And so the CEO transition committee will just consist of myself and the other officers, Kim and Aaron, and then we will have 2 other board members that we asked to be part of that committee, and we'll get to that in a second. The 3 standing committees are the personnel, budget, and audit, the community grant and loan, and the business contract and loan. And these committees meet between board meetings and spend whatever time is necessary to really take a deep dive in all these topics, and then help facilitate the staff's work. And those committees, the first one I'd like to talk about is the Personnel, Budget, and Audit Committee, which is the one that I had been on for some time. And we'd like to, if you're okay, Kathy, pass the torch to you to be the chairman of that committee.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be on.
And then from the vice chair perspective, Alan, I was wondering if you'd be so kind as to be Kathy's backup on that. Great. And then moving on to the business contract and loan committee. That is an exciting committee that Ron has been chairing for quite a year or
2 years,
a couple of years.
2 or 3 years.
And what we'd like to do is to ask Jason to be on that committee, and to have Ron as the vice chair of that committee. And then the community grant and loan committee. Aaron would like you to be the chair of that committee. And then John Coyne, if you'd be so kind to be the vice chair of that committee. I think we could use your expertise. Okay, great. So unless I've messed up on my notes here, I think we've named a chair and a vice chair for each of the standing committees and the other committees. And so as far as for filling out those committees, we'd like to try to get 5 people or so on those committees. So another 3 potential people. So take a look at what committees that you may be interested in, and put your name in, submit your name, send me an email on that, and then we'll take a look at that and work with the co-chairs and the vice chairs of those committees to get those committee assignments all done and out to you hopefully this week. Or maybe not this week, but by the end of next week. Does everybody feel okay about that? All right. Yeah.
I would like to say one thing about the CEO transition committee. It's actually already been going on informally, we'll say. Amy Grenfell was the interim CEO, and she has done a great job in transitioning already many of the tasks and providing a lot of support and really shouldering some of the load. And so I just wanted everyone to recognize her work and effort in that regard, and thank her myself. So thanks, Amy.
Yeah. Thanks, Amy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, getting back onto the agenda. Our next item is the Business Contract and Loan Standing Committee. And before we turn this over to Ron and his folks to kind of go through this, and I will do this for each of the standing committees, I want to give Josh just an opportunity to make a few remarks based on his observations and his interactions as far as his entire 1 month of experience. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
We're a month in. Yeah.
Josh, could you move that mic a little closer to you?
Closer.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah. How's this sound? Better? Okay. Mostly I have had a lot of interactions with staff, and I just want to recognize Josh Keefe for all of his work on the large loan legislation, his work with Goshen County, some of those loans there for emergencies, and just overall great work and keeping things together. I think he brings a tremendous, banker's mind and business mind to our organization, and for many, not just in talking with other businesses and people, but even in reports of feedback to the Business Council, people have asked for more Josh Keefe, and they meant Josh Keefe. And so I think we're really lucky to have him, and he's going to be presenting some things today. And I think the folks on the committee would also agree that he's just an outstanding member of the team and really makes a lot of things happen. So thanks a lot, Josh.
Okay, so thank you. And we'll turn it over to you, Ron.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo what Josh said about Josh. This is going to get real interesting. We have 2 Joshes, 2 Rons, 2 Johns. Well, it could be worse. We used to have 3 Rons. Josh, thank you. As my last day as chair. Appreciate all your help and all the phone calls, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you. That was a very generous introduction. Not sure it's all totally warranted, but I'll take it. So, good morning, everyone. We have a couple things on the agenda today. The first will be just the usual quarterly board report. Then we have, excuse me, a loan participation with First Northern Bank out of Buffalo. And also, I'll just kind of give you guys a little play-by-play and where we're currently standing in regards to large loan legislation and the Goshen County, those loans that have been closed and those that will be closed within the next week. So I'll just start in with the first one. So on the quarterly board report, we still have our one past due guy, Weber Ag. Mr. Weber had until Valentine's Day to respond to my basically demand letter. We have, I know it was a good Valentine's Day present for him. Long story short, he did not reply, which I was not surprised. So now what the next step is we have gotten the Attorney General's office involved. They too will be sending a demand letter and also a record of all of the various attempts that not only I have made to contact him, but also Marquee Escrow Services, who collects our loan payments and brings them to me every month. And then our AG, Devin Kenny, if nothing happens with that, which again, we're not anticipating will happen, Devin said that we will file a formal complaint against him. I'm not sure honestly what all that entails, but that will be on the record, and then we'll have to figure out what will happen from there in regards to the loan. I have also, during all of this large loan legislation talk with Representative Greer from the Worland area, he also maybe has some ideas that he would like to do in regards to these economic disaster loans going forward, to maybe have a little more teeth with them. So that might be an interim topic in the coming year as well. So the next one down is the loan loss reserve. We have about $1.7 million. Sorry, go
Can I
ahead.
just ask a quick question? Sorry. On his note, I see that the amount past due 7,000-ish. Is that the full? Is he at maturity, or what's the full amount of the borrowing?
The full amount due is $134,000.
Thank you.
That was my question also.
The next one down is the loan loss reserve. We have about 1.7 million in there. In regards to that, we do reserve 10% for all of the economic disaster loans and a full reserve of not only Weber Ag, but Brett Weber as well. I'll tell you, Brett Weber did get his payment in before the end of the year, which was nice. So he's not on the past due report. However, it was short-lived. So that's he is still on the past due report as of this month. So we left that fully reserved. It's always a regular. I hound him a lot, and then it eventually shows up. So in regards to the economic fund, there's about 7.4 million available, and really at this time there's no other. Those are really the only two loans that I have to keep an eye on and keep on top of. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, not seeing any questions. This is an action item, so I would entertain a motion to accept the quarterly challenge loan report.
So moved.
A motion? Second? Second from Aaron. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion carries. Josh.
The next item is a loan participation request from First Northern Bank in Buffalo. Travis Lawrence called me, gosh, it was a couple weeks ago, and asked if we would be interested in participating on a loan that the bank has for a sheep cheese operation out of Casey. So, the reason for that is that this is a new venture for these folks. The son who actually went to sheep cheese making school at the University of Vermont, worked for Google for a decade, and then since moved back to Wyoming and decided to make cheese, I guess. So he asked if we wouldn't mind participating in this. So these folks have already invested a lot of money into the equipment and the packaging and all of those things that go involved with this product. However, the challenge for the bank is that, obviously there is no payment or history of payments, or the bank or the business is basically a startup now. So it's a $975,000 loan total. We would have 300,000 of that. The loan would be secured by a first mortgage on the ranch in Casey, a second on a house in Casper, and then as well as a blanket lien on all the business assets. It'll also have a 10-year term and be amortized over 15 years, and then will be also personally guaranteed by the two of the operators, as well as the real estate holding company. So as you can see at the bottom of page A7, they currently are making 3 types of cheese. I'll only say 2 because I'll butcher the other 2 in Gouda and Brie. And one of the things with sheep cheese is that it's considered superior in regards to the protein, higher fat, and all the minerals that it has versus goat cheese or cow cheese. One other thing with this is that what made this so attractive right now is with the tariffs that were implemented with foreign products coming in. This really allowed this company to kind of undercut the market because they aren't subject to those import tariffs that are on what's classified as high-end European food products. So with that, the 2 guarantors have been in the ag industry for a long time. The son of Paul and Margot, like I said, went to sheep cheese making school. They do plan on starting to distribute their product slowly in Fort Collins and Casper. And then they have been in talks already with some big national chains. One of the things that gave me a little more comfort was that in order to break even, they have to capture about 1% of the market. The only other real operator in the US that makes this product is the University of Wisconsin, which probably is no surprise. And so that's seemed reasonable. In regards to cash flow, it's all really based upon their personal cash flow. And, I know it's not always nice to do collateral-based lending, but when it comes to these startup kind of deals, sometimes that's what you have to do because there is no history of cash flow for the operation. Really, other than that, I think it's a good deal. It's a good use of the challenge loan program to try and help do something different around the state and something that's a little more high end, and hopefully they can make a go of it. So with that, we'd have in no more than $300,000 and be with First Northern Bank in Buffalo. So I'll take any questions.
Josh, I have some questions. Are they going to market it under the name Red Fork Farmstead? Do you know if they're going to-
And no, they're not. That's just the formal operating entity. I don't know what the what it'll say on the display case when it happens, but
So this is my second question. Did they give you any samples?
I have not gotten any samples.
Well, dang it.
However, I did already talk to the communications folks in Bailey and Tom Dixon, who actually are on their way to Antelope Butte as we speak to shoot some video and stuff, and said that we would stop by the operation either on the front end or the back end of the Sundance meeting. So we have to have inspections. So
Just to comment, Josh, I think, when we look at the strategy and we look at sort of core things we want to do in terms of add value and activate, we're adding value to a core industry, which is agriculture, but we're also activating a new model, which is direct to consumer, higher end, as you talked about. So I just wanted to point out, this is kind of what we're talking about that is different and kind of moves the needle for us. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Mr. Chair, Josh, so this is a very intriguing loan request. So the raw product, goat milk, right? Is this coming all from their animals?
it is. So they have a herd that they have purchased, and that's where the raw product comes from. They do also will be selling sheep meat as well. I guess I kind of think of it kind of like a cattle operation. You know, as the cattle get older, those are the ones that get slaughtered, and you keep the fresh new ones, I guess, and create a product from there.
Their herd is of sufficient size to adequately fill the pipeline for their needs here.
Correct, it is.
And I don't even know. I mean, are these animals milked with machines, or how does this happen?
It is machine, and also it's that's part of the big amount of money that they have already invested is building the herd and building some equipment. This will be for one other piece of equipment and a little bit of working capital to kind of bridge the gap to get to market. So
Very, very interesting. Thank you.
Growing up as a sheep farmer, we were always under the impression, and the cattle industry always looked at us kind of funny, because sheep provide 2 cash crops a year, the lamb and the wool. How did I not know that they would also provide the cheese? Maybe I'd still be a sheep farmer. I don't know. So I don't see any other questions. With that, I would entertain a motion to follow staff recommendation for the bridge loan participation request. I have a motion by Alan and a second by Pam. Any further discussion? Oh, Mike.
Just for some discussion. I'm going to abstain on on this. They're really just for the potential appearance of a conflict. Powder River Energy, the company that I work for, actually serves. They're a member of ours. I think historically we have seen where there's been a board member on of the Business Council board who's besides me, I'm not the first utility person. Our utilities required by the Public Service Commission to serve members in our area anyway. So we're kind of required by law to do that, but just for the abundance of caution and to sort of bring that discussion forward, I'm going to abstain on for the vote on this for that particular reason.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thanks, Mike. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Go ahead, Josh.
All right, and then I'll just give you a quick rundown where we're standing in Goshen County. Grand total, we had 37 loan applications for Goshen County from the irrigation canal collapse. We have closed 23 of those so far. The other one, of course, got held up by some bureaucracy. Otherwise, they'd all be closed. So, those will all be closed within the next week. So, so that'll be good. Grand total was 37 loans, about $3.2 million, and just over 12,000 acres were paid on. A lot of the guys only took what they needed, which was nice. Even if they qualified for more, maybe they had more acreage, a lot of them just took what was needed. And also, I'll tell you one thing that made me feel a little better underwriting each one of these was that hay and alfalfa was not their sole crop that they had. A lot of them grow other things. A lot of them have cattle operations. Some of them grow hay to feed their cattle. So it was a little more diversified than what we've kind of used these loan funds for in the past. And so that made me feel a little better about doing it this time around. So, and I will say the Goshen County Economic Development Corporation has been a big help, letting me use their boardroom every time to get all these closed, and have been very accommodating as well. So, any questions in regard to Goshen County? All right. And then the other one is the large loan legislation, which is House Bill 151. It went to committee. I spoke at committee, and there were some questions in regards to from Representative McGuire and also Representative Furphy on equity into the project. And also Representative McGuire wanted, when one of these deals comes in, to be sent out to all Wyoming chartered banks. And so obviously that presents another box that I have to check. It didn't give me a whole lot of heartburn, just because I think that, to be honest, 90% of them are not going to be interested in participating. But if we have to send it out, then that's fine. I knew that it's not going to come out totally clean in the end, that it would get modified and amended. But if that's something that stays in, it's not a hard thing to deal with. So so now made it out of committee, made it past the 3 readings on the House side, and is now sitting on the Senate side in the Joint Minerals, or in the Minerals Committee of the Senate. So that's where we are.
Any questions for Josh on that? Kim?
Thanks, Ron. So I've read through the amendment and the aspect you're talking about, and I appreciate knowing that it was Representative McGuire. I'd like to reach out and speak to him and the Minerals Committee from the standpoint of, I do think putting the requirement in there to send it out to all banks will eliminate this program, period. And if you think about it, so this program, the way the large loan program works is a borrower and a bank, a lead bank, approach the business council to ask for funding. That lead bank has already vetted this deal. That lead bank has already told this borrower they want to be their partner. And once it comes to this new loan committee, which I am in 100% support of this new loan committee structure, it will make our process so much easier and less cumbersome for the borrower and SLIB, the treasurer's office, business council, all of us involved. So the general legislation is very needed. This added amendment, there's no incentive for a bank to bring a deal forward. First of all, I don't want you to take my terms. I mean, I'm a banker. John, you're a banker. I don't want my terms spread out for every bank to see. On top of that, what's the incentive? This is not an easy process. Honest to God, it is not an easy process. So for a bank to go through this process with a borrower up front, knowing that they are then going to have it sent out to every bank out there, and then what kind of process do we have if you have 4 banks reply that they want to do it? I just think it adds a different dynamic that if I, as a banker, am going to invest my time in a project, if I have 2 projects to pick from and one of them is going to go through the large loan program and the other one isn't, I'm going to invest my time in the project that isn't, if I have to choose. So I do worry about the amendment. I know the intent, it was a good intent to make sure that Wyoming banks have opportunities. Now, I would also want to share with all of you in the Senate that a lot of us as banks, we work together anyway. So many times, if it's a large deal, we participate back and forth every day. We sell deals to each other and sell portions of deals. And within the state banking community, we share that exposure quite a bit. We can do some of that on our own without making this a public, got to throw the deal out there. So just my 2 cents. I really think it's going to prevent a lead bank from coming forward. And what will end up happening is you will be the bank, Josh. You will be the one that structures the entire deal and then puts it out for bid to banks.
Josh, maybe a question, but isn't the idea that the borrower is coming from a community and they're asking the bank in their community to be their matching bank or the lead financer, right? So, I mean, it seems like you take that away from the community and the biggest player always wins. I understand the intent, as you said, Kim, to make it fair, but to me, it's the opposite. You're now taking it out of that community and letting the one with the most aggressive terms grab it. So I think you're creating a monopoly, or there's a chance to create a monopoly doing the complete opposite of what the intent is there. So that was, I guess, kind of a question. I mean, it is the idea is the community they're in is probably where they're going to search for financing, isn't it?
Mr. Committee Chair, Josh, and I know this is speculation on your part, was the intent, I know in the past, and it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes the banks are outside of the state of Wyoming. Is that the trigger aspect of this, or do you know?
I don't know what the trigger is. You know, the way that it's worked every time so far is that the company comes to the business council first. We sit down, I vet the project, we work through it, we try and set the terms. That was the real rub before, was that it was all structured and then it got dismantled later on. So I guess what it didn't give me heartburn because I was expecting that same process, not saying it will every time, but I was expecting that same process going forward. Because a lot of times we sit here and I work with these companies for months to try and get these deals structured to where everybody's happy. And for example, with the last one, you know, we were only able, based upon the formula for large loan, to fund about half of what was needed. And so it required a bank to come in. The ones before that, you're right, the state was the banker. And it is a lot of manpower. It is a lot of work. And so it's, I mean, you can, regardless, it's a lot of work, doesn't matter. But I guess it didn't give me heartburn because I thought going forward, that trend is going to continue. Like these projects come in, if people are interested, great. If not, great. It's totally up to the bank. And really all that it says is a letter of interest. And so that's why I keep expecting that. You know, one thing that was surprising after working in the private sector for 9 years was that half the banks don't even know what a participation is in this state. It's very baffling to me, even the community banks. And so that's why I thought, you know, we're going to have a set amount of banks that will be interested in doing this. And I hope there's more. But you know, I hear Jason's point as well, in that, you know, it would be nice if we had a couple of banks at the table and say, here's what we would like to do. And I know that, you know, maybe they can take the best deal. So not that I want to be a broker of deals, but, you know, I think that I understand the point that Representative McGuire was trying to get at and trying to be fair. And I've heard the same echoing conversation of, well, how do we get involved in this? And so, but I worry that they say they want to be involved, but I think when it comes down to it, I think that the pool will be very small of those that actually follow through.
More questions for Josh? Are you thinking?
Mr. Committee Chair, Josh, I think, especially as you say fair, I think this is just important to call out. And it's one of the conversations that we've been having across the board as a business council, right? Is the idea of making sure things are fair, but that doesn't mean that it has to be equitable.
Right.
And I think that's the important thing that us as a business council have been having some very strong conversations on in our decision-making process. And I think it's one of the things that I hope as we go through this, that we're able to have some strong conversations with the legislature as well as with communities, in that we want to be making sure that we're fair to all communities, but that doesn't mean that it's equitable. So it doesn't mean that just because one community got something, that another community is going to get it, or one company that another, but that we have a fair process in giving everybody opportunity. And so I think as we go through and we're having these conversations, that's an important thing to call out through the process and be really careful, because the going down the equitable path gets us in a lot of trouble and doesn't get us where we need to be. But going down the fair path really helps push us in a good direction. And so as we go through and as we're having these conversations with the legislature and with our own internal projects, I just think that's important to be calling out and going through.
Anyone else? Thank you, Josh. I appreciate your time and your efforts. And now I'm going to turn it over to Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So the next item on our agenda is the consideration of the multi-agency contract with what's being EMSI, E-M-S-I. That's a company called Economic Modeling LLC, but they also go by EMSI. This contract came in after the last Business Contract and Loan Committee, but this contract has been reviewed by the Executive Committee. This is a multi-agency contract that I would like the Board of Directors to consider. It's an excellent example of capturing the power of partnerships and working together. And this contract is actually a joint contract with the Office of the Governor, the Wyoming Business Council, and the Wyoming Workforce Development Council through its fiscal agent, which is the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. The contract that we would like, that these agencies would like to enter into with EMSI is for to ask MZ to research the skills that Wyoming needs, and therefore educators will then need to prioritize in order to meet goals and drive progress in our priority economic sectors. It is a contract in the amount of $238,000. The business council portion of that contract is $30,000. So the Office of the Governor and Workforce Services are bringing to the table the rest of the remaining amount. So Mr. Harvey, Mr. Easley, I'd like to bring that that contract for consideration.
And I see that for those of you, that contract is up on the board. or
On the, yeah. Any questions on that contract?
One question you mentioned that's for priority sectors. What are those?
So this actually goes back to Endow, and it mirrors our priority economic sectors.
Got it. Thank you.
Amy, where are the other two on this? Have they already approved?
They will sign once we've signed, because they understand our contract requirements to bring contracts over $100,000 to the board of directors.
Okay.
And so you'll see the names of the other of the Office of the Governor and Workforce Development Council in number 1 under parties. They're all listed.
Sorry, Amy, we're all reading.
I'll give everybody a chance to look at that. How many pages long is this before we get too far into this project?
It's quite lengthy, actually. So this is the beginning summary. This will give you the information that I just ran through as well.
Amy, I just might add that, our procedure is a little bit ambiguous. It requires matters that come before the business council that exceed $100,000 in totality to be approved by the board. So if this were just a contract for the Wyoming Business Council's portion of $30,000, it's something staff could have easily reviewed and recommended. But because our procedure says a contract in which we participate in excess of $100,000 has to come before the board.
Thank you, Megan. Yep.
So Amy,
Yes.
what are the responsibilities of the business council other than the fiscal responsibility?
The fiscal responsibilities. Yep. Yeah, and those are listed under item number 7. If we're going to look at that on the screen. So service the invoice contract to the contractor and pay the contractor.
Thank you.
I don't want to rush, but any more questions? Not trying to rush you. You tell me if you want to read more of what you want to do.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Alan and a second from Kim. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I think I'll abstain. I'm just not familiar enough with it to vote. So
With that, Mr. Easley, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The only thing that I had total responsibility for today, I've managed to mess up. So I'm setting the bar low for you there, Josh. Back to and I'm sorry, I apologize, Warren, from the perspective of your notes, but during the committee discussion, I did forget to mention that the exec committee consists, I think, just of the 3 officer positions, but also the co-chair has the ability to select 2 others to sit on that committee. And so those 2 selections are Kathy and Jason. I forgot to mention that early, and so I apologize for that. If we could fix the minutes to reflect that. And I think we're scheduled for a break. Even though we're ahead of schedule, I think we should go ahead and take the break because the next discussion will be longer than 10 minutes, I'm thinking, so, yeah, all right. So let's just take a 15-minute break, so that'll put us back in at, what, 9:50? 9:50, we'll reconvene. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you. How long are you guys open?
I'll gavel, you think? We're hoping till the first week. The snow's been phenomenal in February. We'll see what March does.
All right.
Hoping till the
All right.
first week of February.
Okay. Okay, let's get our places and get started. Megan.
So.
Gonna get to use that gavel.
So, yeah, me too. Me too.
I know.
Your lead.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Gotta use the shot clock.
Mike looked at me, so I mean, I have to be useful.
It's a good idea. We could get one on there.
Yes, let's keep score.
Now we're talking.
Depends on with seconds, you can get like certain grades.
Ring the bell.
As well.
Call us back to order after our short break. And the next item on our agenda is the Community Grant and Loan Committee. But before we pass it over to the committee chairman, I'd like to give Josh a few minutes for any comments he might have to help set up the dialogue.
Yeah, you bet. I think first and foremost, I do again want to thank Julie and her team. I think if anybody's ever worked with Julie and her team, you know that they have a ton of expertise and experience, and they work really, really hard. But I think what you probably notice more than anything is that they have a really big heart for communities, and they work really hard to make sure that communities get what they need. And I think that's really important to have that perspective and that warmth and effort for the community. So thanks for that. And she's definitely been helpful for me to understand the programs that we have. With that said, I do think that we need to also understand that we have some challenges coming down the pike for us. There are some budgeting things going on right now. They will not be over for at least another week, and so we've got some challenges coming down the pike. I think BRC has already been cut $2.5 million out of our from the JAC recommendation, and it's taken some beatings during the session, and I don't think that that's over. And I think we need to be very cautious about that and make sure that things reflect our strategy. And so as we think about these things, I think we all need to consider that. And I know that that's something that's top of mind for Julie and her team, as well as for us. We've been asked by the governor to take a look at those rules and take a look at those successes and make sure that we're keeping it on track with where Wyoming's prosperity is. So thanks, Julie, and thanks committee for that. But I just wanted to share that as we move into this next section.
Okay, thanks, Josh. And so with that, Madam Committee Chair, we'll turn it over to you.
Co-chair, and this will be the last chair for me after 2 years on this committee. And Josh, you're absolutely right. This team and the communities they serve, they do a wonderful job working together, and we appreciate it every day. Julie, I'm sure you're going to go through the allocation that we have right now and all of the programs and projects that are up. So with no further ado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Committee Chairs, members of the board. First, I'd like to.
Excuse me, could you get the mic a little closer?
Sure. If it starts screaming, I may have to adjust. So I would like to just give you a little update on the division. I've been doing that for a while, and I like being able to share with you the rest of the work that the team does, because a lot of our other work doesn't come before the board like the BRC projects do. So it's an opportunity for me to shine a little light on the rest of the team. First, we have two new folks on our team. Mallory Bader joined us on December 9th, I believe it was. She's actually with the AmeriCorps program and a VISTA volunteer, but is working very closely with Linda Klink in the Main Street program and Kim Porter with Rural Development. And we're very happy to have Mallory on board. She hails from Memphis, Tennessee, and we were looking for someone that wouldn't be intimidated by Wyoming's wide open spaces and having to drive alone and whatnot, and found out on her application that she was just getting back from hiking for a month in Spain alone. So we figured she had the confidence needed for the job. and she's been a great addition. On January 13th, we had hired Ryan Kudra from Bags as our new broadband program manager, and he is with us today, and we'll be giving an update a little bit later. He's been drinking from the fire hose just as Josh had, but I pointed out to him that Josh's positive attitude said, "We're never thirsty." So we have been meeting with partners, the commissioners, Wyoming Association of Municipalities, clerks and treasurers, and the folks from WEDA to the Wyoming Economic Development Association to talk about BRC. What do they see are things that are working well, things that are not working, could be improved. And we've had some really good discussions with those folks. So our next step is to actually craft the language changes and to, sorry, I thought that was off, and get the actual formal rule process started. It is very prescriptive. And so once we start that, we want to make sure that it's, we're ready to move and get things underway and be ready to rock and roll, because you don't want to make a misstep in that process. But we're there, and we'll be starting that in the coming week. Let's see here. I think that maybe some of you have already seen this, but Evanston has been named as a semifinalist in the Main Street, Great American Main Street Award from the National Main Street Center. Rollins was the first community in Wyoming to win that award. Pam, thanks in large part to you and your efforts. And then Rock Springs has already won that award too. And prior to Rollins winning, nobody west of the Mississippi, as far as I understood it, had ever won that award. Now we have 2 winners and a semifinalist. And I think that just speaks volumes about our program and about our communities. So congratulations to Evanston. We are transitioning out the CDBG program. We've had very positive discussions with other agencies and feel that that's on track to find a new home and where it'll be useful to the citizens of Wyoming still, but not something that the Business Council will manage anymore. And finally, the Energy Office. You may remember that there was legislation last year to create a new energy authority, which would take in the state energy program from the Business Council. And so we've been working very diligently with folks in that process, and that transition will happen on June 30th. Okay, so let's see, getting to business ready communities.
And Julie, if I can just really quick interject for our newer board members in how this process works. When Julie goes into the BRC program, there's grants, loans, there's different elements related to it. We have an allocation plan, which as a board, we set guidelines for ourselves on how obviously we receive our budget on a biennium. How do we disperse that? How do we make sure we have funds available throughout that whole biennium for good projects that come forward? So we do have an allocation plan. Do we always adhere to it? No. Do we have to? No. But it's a nice guideline for us. That's why you'll see how much is available for the quarter, how much is carried over from a previous quarter. Do we always fund everything out of that dollar bucket that's available for that quarter? No. If we don't, carries on to the next. So just a little background on how that works. And then once we actually get into the projects for consideration today, the staff will present the application from the community or the economic development group that's bringing it to us. The staff will present it first. Then we will have community comment. And after that, we will have question and answer from the board. Many times, if we ask the staff questions, they end up calling up community members if we haven't allowed them to speak yet to answer that. So we've kind of made that easier by allowing everyone to speak first and then the board to ask their questions. But we will hold our vote. We will not take any action until we've heard all the projects for the day. So I just wanted to clarify that so you know how this process will work going forward. It's a little tough to be here for the first time. And for all of our audience members too, to know how this process will work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Julie?
Thank you. So the applications that you'll consider today are applications that were submitted by the December 1st, 2019 cycle deadline, and we received 6 applications totaling $11,329,422. Of that, staff is recommending $9,914,422. The allocation for this quarter totals $9,604,323. The actual balance remaining for the remainder of the biennium, which ends on June 30th, is 19 million, just a little more than 19 million. Funds that are not expended by June 30th will roll over into the next biennium, into the next budget cycle. So we don't lose those funds. So the first project is a request from Laramie County for a $3 million business committed grant and a $3 million business committed loan. Noel is going to present a summary of the project, and then we do have members here from the county and from Cheyenne Leads to visit with you about the project. I also believe the business owner who wasn't able to be here in person is on the phone, so we'll be able to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chairman, members of the board. As Julie stated, Laramie County is requesting a $3 million business committed grant and $3 million business committed loan to construct a 57,000 square foot manufacturing facility to house YTech LLC, a company that manufactures components of cages for rodents used in medical research. The building will be constructed on Lot 1, Block 4, a 2.52 acre site located in the Niobrara Energy Park. Cheyenne Leads, the local economic development agency in Cheyenne, owns the land and will contribute the property as match for the project. YTech will lease the facility from Leads on a 20-year lease term with an option to purchase after year 5. The project does consist of 2 phases. The first phase will be constructed with BRC funding. That will be for the manufacturing facility that will house the existing operations, the caging systems. So that will include manufacturing, assembling, warehousing, shipping, that type of thing. Matching funds for that will be the donated land, which is valued at $325,000, as well as the $3 million BRC loan. Phase 2 of the project, which will not be used with BRC funds, but it is the sterilization process. YTech has an option to purchase the 6-acre lot that is adjacent to the Leads owned lot for construction of the sterilization components. Funding for that phase will be through private bank loans, new market tax credits, and cash from YTech, totaling $13,455,000. Those funds will be used for interior finishes and equipment for the facility. Phase 2 also includes completion of the sterilization plant, which includes a building and radiation equipment. BRC fund will not be used for that component, but there is a likelihood that those could happen simultaneously, phase 1 and phase 2. Upon completion of those 2 phases, YTech will be able to centrally locate the manufacturing aspect of the company, as well as provide the sterilization service that right now they're having to do outside of their company. And so they'll be able to do that in-house, as well as potentially provide those sterilization services for other businesses that might need that type of process. If funded, YTech proposes creating 48 new jobs in addition to the 30 that they currently employ for the phase 1 manufacturing expansion, and then another 10 jobs will be created for the phase 2 sterilization components. The wages for the current 30 employees average $16.29 an hour. They've been employed since March of 2019, so over about that last 11 months. They've seen cumulative increases in salaries of about 5.8%, and half of that workforce has been there for less than 6 months. For year one that they're proposing, the company's job creation will be primarily entry-level positions at $16 an hour with $3 an hour benefits. $16 an hour is less than the county median wage, which is $19.55. However, the company has stated starting in year two, they plan to increase those entry-level positions to $22 an hour with benefits. And then the other positions that they will also start adding in year two include management, administration, technical, professional, office, clerical, that type of staff. And those wages will range between $20 and $52 an hour. The current positions at the $16 an hour right now, they're a little more manual labor, but as they transition to the proposed building, the work will become more automated and technical. And so that's partly why you see that increase from year one to year two. The company also plans to provide benefits such as medical. Employer will pay 60% of that and the employee 40%. Dental will be split 50-50. They will provide 2 weeks paid time off, and they are looking at providing a 401k plan for their employees. I think that's a decent overview. Oh, the revenue recapture, sorry. Cheyenne Leeds will enter into a 20-year lease with YTech with the option to purchase the building anytime after year 5. A total of $500,000 of the grant award will be recaptured and paid to the Business Council, and a total of $3,669,420 will be paid back in interest and principal payments for the loan. So total revenue recapture back to the Business Council will be $4,169,420, or 70% of the BRC funds requested. I have Heather Tupper here. She is the regional director for that region. Josh Keefe as well, who looked at some of the loan components. And as Julie said, we have members of the community as well as company representative is on the phone, I believe. So we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have anyone from the community that would like to speak?
Need a minute or two to warm up.
Oh, good. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anya Bundell, Director of Business Development at Cheyenne Leeds. With me today, I have Sandra Newland from Laramie County. She is the grants manager. And on the phone, we have Susan Call. She is the VP of Corporate Development at Innovive. Cheyenne Leeds, we are 32 years old. We've been doing economic development in Cheyenne for a while, and we've been able to build incrementally by making strategic investments for putting in infrastructure and recruiting new businesses. We've developed a very strong relationship with Laramie County. We've done some significant projects with them as the fiduciary or as the fiscal agent for the project. And we've got that process pretty well established now with all of the contracts and how all of the payments go. We have actually a loan then that we're working with them on, so we understand that process as well. YTech and Innovive. This is a different project that I haven't worked on before. We began working with them in November of 2018. And what makes them a little different is it's a different industry that we don't have in Southeast Wyoming yet, and not really in much of Wyoming anyway. This is not just a manufacturing facility, but it also brings in a component for the medical industry. And the part that is really exciting for us is the sterilization component that Noelle talked about. As mentioned, right now they are contracting that out to a third party, and that's become a real pinch point, not just for this company, but for the biomedical industry overall. Any product, a biomedical product that needs FDA approval, part of that approval includes the process, the specific process that they will be using for sterilizing that equipment. And once you receive that approval, then you are tied to using that process in order to sell your product. What YTech is planning on doing is building that sterilization facility using a portion of that capacity, about a third, and the remainder would be available to contract out to other companies. So that's where we see
the huge opportunity, not just in adding those manufacturing jobs to our community, but then having that opportunity to recruit other biomedical companies that need that process and will be tied to that process and to be able to sell their products. Let me see here. Also, of course, we've all been going through our strategic plans and updating that. And so looking at Endow, this fits right in with some of those components. They want to be able to grow advanced manufacturing, right? And so this fits right in. Just to highlight 4 of the points from that report, the goals are to grow manufacturing sector's contribution to Wyoming employment by, at a minimum, 2,000 workers by 2038. This would add a portion of that, of those workers, small portion. Another goal, to grow the monetary value of manufacturing goods and services produced, the GDP in Wyoming, to $5 billion by 2028 and $8.5 billion by 2038. Third point, for 1,400 manufacturing firms to be established in Wyoming by 2038 with an average employment of 15 persons. Again, a perfect fit. For Wyoming to attract $500 million annually in federal science and engineering funding by the year 2028. That would be more indirect, or with the hope of being able to attract those other biomedical companies that will be doing R&D and developing their products. So we are really excited. This is something different. This is bringing a new industry in, being able to diversify that industry mix. And it won't just be for us. We think there's also an opportunity to attract business then from Northern Colorado and the Denver metro area. The founders of Wytech, they have over a decade of experience in this industry. Their headquarters, so Innovive, is where they are now. They are located in California, but they really want to be in Wyoming. They've been working with us, putting together a plan, working on the different options that they have. We know that we are in competition with other states that have more flexible incentive packages than we do. One of them being Texas. We know Texas likes to get very aggressive about some of this stuff, but they have continued to be interested in working with us. They like our state, they like being here. And we're just working with them to be able to put a package together that works for them. So enough about that background. I'd like to give Susan Call an opportunity to talk a little bit about what they are doing presently and what their short-term goals are and long-term goals are for Wyoming.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
We can hear you, Susan.
Can you hear me? Hi,
yes.
Hello, how are you? Hi, Noelle, Josh, Julie, Anya, thank you for the introductions. Hello?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Susan.
Oh, okay. Here we are again, deja vu. I'm open to questions. I think Anya did a very good job in representing our project. I know quite a few of you have heard our story probably too many times at this point. But I appreciate you reviewing it again. We've been, the big challenge with this project, as you know, through the 2 applications has been just trying to find the appropriate mix of financing. Just because the accelerator plant, which is the sterilization, is, even though it's a very large, long-term piece of equipment, the way that's funded typically is over 7 years. So it just puts a lot of unusual, issues on the table with regards to getting longer-term financing. And so, we're just sort of, my real focus over the last year has been trying to understand how we get that debt service, that early year debt service, dealt with for the big project, because it's our 100% commitment to get both the central production and sterilizing plant done, together. It's really the optimal when you're doing any kind of construction, is to build these 2 things together. So that's why it's presented on phase 1 and 2, but really it's the whole project, and we're hoping to really get this solidified. We really need to have this, our current sterilization contracts are up in 18 months, so that's what the real accelerated timeframe is on this. I appreciate your review of this again.
Thank you very much, Anya. Thank you, Susan. Just a little bit of background from our committee discussion before this came here, and a question probably because I think the committee asked for some follow-up information on employment numbers. So the current staff is 30 members. The committee did ask to know the longevity of that staff, what they're currently getting paid, what they got paid when they started. And I think, I'm trying to remember if there was other follow-up questions, but do you guys have that information to share with us today?
Yes, Madam Committee Chair, just get to the right page here. Josh Keefe actually did an analysis for us on the information on the wages. The earliest employee started about 11 months ago, so in their temporary facility at the airport. The salaries are increasing. The cumulative increase in the last 11 months is about 5.58%. They were also paid a holiday bonus. If you include that holiday bonus, the wages have increased 7.7%. 45%.
And can I just clarify that that was paid to anybody who had been with us longer than 6 months?
Okay.
Thank
you, Susan. So the wages currently being paid to some of the entry-level employees do not meet that median wage threshold. However, they are manual positions. In the new facility, they'll be paid a bit higher because the company will provide the training, but with that training, it'll enable them to pay those employees more as they're taking on more technical challenges in the automation process. Josh, do you want to add anything to that? We recognize that there's a disconnect in year one with the median wage and what the wages are being paid. The rest of the criteria for companies that we look at favorably, it checks all the boxes. Year two, the wages will check the boxes too. So what we're really talking about is that year one entry-level positions where people are still going to be getting training and then moving up in the grand scheme of things. So we felt like adding a new type of industry to Wyoming's portfolio, particularly to Laramie County, and the potential for the follow-on business with the sterilization plant was a compelling argument, if you will. They have worked through the BRC process and large loan. So I know Josh has worked with them quite a bit and have any other questions. Does that answer your question, Kim?
Kind of. So maybe Susan can clarify for us. The 30 employees that are there now, and I recognize they're doing manual manufacturing, but those 30 employees, what is their current wage?
Well, it varies. Some of them that are just starting in the facility, that are maybe packing boxes and whatnot, are making about $14, $15 an hour. Some of the management, sales folks, they're making considerably more than that. Trying to find the actual numbers here for you.
So how about, let's talk about that 11-month employee. Because really that's a very good comparison for us. If we're talking.
The first employee was our manager there. And, that was hired on we do typically 12-month reviews. And, I just want to make it clear that the operation that we have is a filling and packing position that we came into on an emergency type basis, because we felt that if we were going to make a commitment to a new location, which this process required, which was lid production, that we needed to decide early on, and it was fortuitous that there was some extra space in Wyoming, so we sort of jumped into it, with a certain sort of leap of faith, put it that way. So this was a process that became under strain probably about a year ago, and we are doing extremely manual production right now, because without a permanent home, I have $3 million worth of automation equipment that I'm waiting to pull the trigger to place. That automation equipment eliminates out all the packaging processes that we currently have. And obviously, if somebody is simply putting something into a box and putting a label on it, there's a limit to what you can pay that person. When you then scale up, and so we're currently only doing 20% of our, not even, I think we're at 14.9% of our total production output is out of Wyoming. So we are planning on moving all of our consumable production to the new location. And instead of having, I think we're at close to 20 people doing packaging type activities, that will go down to about 2 to 3 people. So if you can imagine right now, we're moving products onto benches and having it moved manually, and as opposed to putting it on a conveyor belt. So there's just these simple things that we need to have a permanent facility in order to invest. We cannot put that temporarily in Cheyenne and then have to move it again. So most of the job descriptions, if you eliminate out those job descriptions, the new job descriptions will be machine operator and lead supervisor, because their jobs will be to operate the conveyor belts, the manufacturing. We have our automation engineers and manufacturing team ready to train once those go in. And so we've already targeted a number of people at the current location for those positions. I mean, clearly we've had an enormous amount of turnover because we're really operating on a shoestring. I mean, trying to maintain that level of employee, quite frankly, is very, very, very challenging. And so we've had much lower productivity out of that site than we would typically have out of our other sites. And so that's been part of the big investment that we've made into trying to, see if we can make this production work in Cheyenne, which is you invest in people not just on the basic salary, but on the lack of productivity that you get. And so on the like for like basis of the last 11 months, that's been $320,000. And then we've put about $200,000 into that temporary location. So when you blend it all in together, basically you divide it by the number of parts that you're making. We're at about a 5 times the production price point that we're currently making for it in San Diego. And we knew that was going to be the case, but there's certainly just a limit to what you can do as far as the investment that you make early on in a facility like this when you don't have an understanding of what the long term is going to look like. And so the challenge for us is that Cheyenne has no physical building that we can buy right now that suits our needs.
Okay.
And so it has to be built.
Thank you, Susan. I think Jason has a question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess, just to kind of preface it, I think, we have these set of criteria that come with the recommendations we get from staff. But it's also upon us now, as we formulate this strategy for the state and how we're going to, what our goals are in terms of diversification. It's on us to take these with a kind of a different level of scrutiny, I think, all of these, because of what Josh mentioned in terms of the budget and some of these other things. The struggle I have with this is I hear it's advanced manufacturing. Like, I hear what you're saying. Technically, I think it's debatable. My heartburn comes when I go to LinkedIn and look at Innovive, who has 34 professional employees, none of which are in Wyoming. When I go to YTech, who has 64 professional employees, none of which are in Wyoming. I struggle to see that that's promoting advanced manufacturing in our state, other than we're just a warehouse where low level, low paid jobs are manufacturing. And I just don't think that's part of our strategy. I think that's a different generation of Wyoming that we may have looked at these a little differently at a time. So I just want to give that, and I guess, maybe give you the opportunity to speak to the advanced manufacturing part of that. That definition is really about changing the manufacturing industry, right? So I hear there's things about automation and some of those things, but it's not like we have scientists and lab coats here, moving to sort of
No,
invest.
absolutely not.
Right.
No.
So I think that's.
And I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to understand the process, and obviously, you're looking at all the processes that we do currently in Innovive, and then externally, there's about 100 jobs that we'll be pulling in from third-party vendors. So, I agree with you. We're not promoting, people in lab coats, but then that's not advanced manufacturing in my book. That's something else. But advanced manufacturing is using state-of-the-art automation to basically put hands-on products in a way where you become the sort of leader in that industry. And for us, the advanced manufacturing is around plastics to in-house, some of our injection molding. So our water bottle, for instance, right now, I'll just step you through that. We have a very fractured process. We do thermoforms. For our water bottles, we do injection molded of preforms, and those preforms come from Arizona. They're injection molded in Los Angeles. They're then sent to us. We send it out for sterilization. Then we bring it in-house. We do a acidified rinse in that water bottle. We then have third-party laboratory specialists develop the water for those mice, which is the scientific part of it. It's whether it's acidified, whether it's got certain dosing in it for the type of SKUs that we offer. It is then filled, then we have quality control, it is packaged under HEPA filtration, and then it's sent out. That's the line that currently we have in California that we're hoping to move to Cheyenne, Wyoming. Currently, we have about 30 jobs on that line, but all of those external processes that we currently do in Arizona, in LA, are slated to get invested into Cheyenne. So while it's not, some sort of engineering and high-level advancement, it is touching off some of the, specializations that we hope to bring to Cheyenne. And, our per part, our fundamental business is to improve processes and essentially get hands-off products, because any time you have hands on your product, you're dealing with a sterilization issue. So while some of those low-level jobs will still stay in warehousing and moving product around, most of the jobs will be on people running those lines. So you're really talking about targeting somebody with a high school education with a couple of years of some sort of technical skill. No, it's not college level scientific jobs. So I just wanted to make that clarification. But then we do, yeah. And then, we are bringing in all of those. And I just want to make it clear, we took a leap of faith in starting one single line in Wyoming to get a feel for whether or not we could recruit anybody there. And it was better to do that than to engage in another facility here in California. But it's certainly not a representation of the kind of jobs and the kind of facility we're talking about. I mean, I just hope you understand that if you go over there, it's entirely manual production right now, and that is not the agenda. Our end customer are very sophisticated, and we are doing an enormous heavy lift to get the product that we make in Cheyenne presentable. You know, it has to come back, it has to get sterilized, we have to do triple quality control on it. So, you know, it's certainly not of the same vein. That's
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have more questions from the board before I ask?
I have one.
Mike?
Yep. So thank you, Kim, Mike Easley here, Susan. I have sort of like two-part question. First one is, could you describe the difference in scope of where you were going to end up as an operation from where you guys envision things under the large loan program compared to where you would be under the current proposal of the loan and grant plus phase 2? Could you tell me what the difference in your end scope is between those two?
There isn't really a meaningful difference in the end scope from our point of view. You know, quite frankly, we went through the large loan program, but could not find the partners. You know, there's two large banks that are, you know, in Wyoming that we had gone out to, and they just felt that they needed to have to create a brand new banking program, a new banking product in order to participate in the large loan fund.
Okay.
And so that was why that died, essentially. And so the project itself is almost exactly the same scope. It's just a different way of financing it.
And I'm not sure that I have all the numbers in front of me, Julie, but it looks like the original project was like at 17.8 and this one is at 19.8. So there's like a $2 million delta. Is that correct, Susan?
Yes, that is that we are putting more equity into the project. And that was for when we started the large loan fund. I mean, we're trying to make this work. So we've eliminated on the banking side, we were going to put a pro rata larger amount of equity. On this, there's a little bit more debt service. So, and as we've gotten clarification, so I could walk you through that, but it's just really a skinnying up of the project to make it more feasible.
Okay. It looked to me like it went up 2 million, but maybe I just was looking at it wrong.
So we had, yeah, I mean, so there's, that's net of the new market tax credit.
Then the other thing, I think Anja mentioned that phase 2 is a big, I mean, is sort of a keystone piece of this. What, besides having heartfelt desire, are there any firm commitments that after the state of Wyoming would give you $3 million plus a $3 million loan that phase 2 will actually happen?
No.
That's your, if you can answer that one. Susan?
No, sorry, this is Susan. No, there is no hard commitment.
For building the sterilization facility?
I mean, as far as correct me, you're asking me if we are contractually obligated to build it. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, so, I mean, if we're making a decision, my point to that, and I think if we're making a decision that we want to do this project to get, because phase 2 is where something's really happen, that may or may not happen. So we shouldn't be making a $6 million decision based on something that there's not a future commitment to.
Right. So phase,
I think, but I'm not a banker.
Right. So obviously phase 2 is contingent on, phase 2 is contingent on phase 1 without the manufacturing and warehousing facility. The sterilization facility won't exist. But from the company, for them, it makes the most economical sense to have both operational at the same time, both from the construction standpoint, which they're funding and constructing that portion independently of this funding. But from the construction standpoint, it's easier to do all of that under one contract, as well as for them operationally to be able to just sterilize their own products as they're manufacturing them. Makes sense. Susan, anything to add?
Let me just sort of put it another way. Right now, obviously, the least attractive, I mean, we need we need a building, but, you know, the most attractive, the reason to do this entirely is to have an integrated sterilizing, because our sterilization contracts are really expensive. And so this will have the most meaning to us as a company is not that there's a building because there are buildings anywhere else. It's finding a location for the central production where we can do sterilization in line and making all of the components of that work. And so with having the building being something that we get that short-term commitment from the state. I mean, obviously that's a 7-year view, but it releases some of the debt service to us so that we can get the sterilization built. But as far as a legal obligation, i.e. a contract, there is not one that exists, but the whole economic premise of this move and taking, you know, this is to get sterilization. It's just not possible in California to build a sterilizer. So that's, otherwise the building doesn't really move the needle in terms of value to Innovive. It's just making us whole on the move.
And so then, this is Mike again, Susan, and I'm not trying to pin you down or anything, but just trying to ask good questions so everybody
Sure, no, absolutely. I
can
appreciate
really
that.
understand. So essentially, under the current proposal, we're having a $3 million grant, and there's a $3 million loan. So you would assume that if we were betting $3 million, that phase 2 is going to happen, which I'm talking about the grant piece, because that goes away.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of assurances, what can you tell us about your planning for phase 2, your feasibility for phase 2, your schedule for phase 2, and other things that would actually, if we're making a decision again that phase 2 is really what we're ultimately hoping for, that would help us cross that.
Sure, chasm. Yeah, no, and totally appreciate where you're coming from. It was never meant to be, I mean, there's the 90, put it, you know, call it at the end of 5 years, there's, you know, 90 or so jobs, but, you know, most of those are going to be in central production, right? So it depends on where you're coming from. Sterilization is, you know, when we've gone through the various buckets of economic development, most of our conversations have been around job creation. And so the vast majority of them are coming from the production side. So as far as the benefit to the community and the upside in terms of job creation and the multiple on that spend and the economic impact that Josh, I know you did for the large loan fund, so we're fairly similar, you know, and say, you know, that's really all on the central production side. So, you know, I guess from sort of the way that you are classically looking at it right now, which is job creation, economic impact, even if the sterilization plant didn't get built, we were still doing central production. Innovive, our whole goal is to get to sterilization because it improves all of it eliminates out our intra-company logistics, it eliminates out an enormous amount of cost out of our structure. And so we are probably more keen on getting sterilization than you guys are in terms of weighing the impact for that, if you know what I mean. There's maybe 10 jobs associated with the sterilizer, and that's really warehousing. Because what I didn't put into that economic analysis was the scenario where we're selling all the other hours. It's right now in the economic impact, it's just simply based on Innovive maintaining, doing their own internal process. It's impossible to say whether or not the sterilizer will bring more production jobs if medical device companies think it's reasonable to co-locate. So none of that is in any of the economic upside. But as Anya says, that's what they're interested in, even though it's not tangibly documented or, there's no real assessment of that side of it. It's just purely
Susan,
based
this
on
is Anya.
jobs.
I'm going to
Hi.
interrupt you. Can you talk kind of about what is your what makes sterilization so desirable then from a national standpoint? Can you talk about any areas?
Wait just 1 second, Anya.
Okay.
I mean, Susan just kind of clarified to us that the sterilization aspect of this is really not on our consideration table. There's 10 warehousing jobs related to that. And I know we have a couple more board members that have questions, so I totally apologize.
Okay.
But she may end up answering something.
Well,
Yes,
thank
Chuck.
you, Madam Chair. So a question for the staff, most likely, possibly the applicant, but so for our $6 million investment, I think as I see it, so, excuse me. So for our $6 million investment, it's going to be used primarily to build a facility, primarily. And so my question surrounds that mostly. Will this be a multi-purpose facility? Question one. Question two, what would its market value be when it's completed? Question three is, are we then in the first lien position on this facility, or are we not?
Yes, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. Mr. Brown, yes, we are investing, the $6 million will be to construct the facility. And we will have first lien on that. We'll be the mortgage holder, if you will. But the market value will be established when it's completed. But, you know, we have every confidence that it's going to be at least enough to cover our investment. I guess, you know, I would just take it a step further. It seems like to me, the question was, we don't have any, anything that we can put our hooks into solidly that phase two is going to happen if we build phase one. I would suggest that the board put a contingency. If you're willing to recommend funding to the SLIB, that it's contingent upon the funds for the phase two being in place by a particular date. I don't think that that's something that would scare the business, because it's, you know, every conversation we've had with them is that their intent is to gather the private financing and the investment, the new market tax credits, everything that they need to do phase two at the same time that they're doing phase one. So things should roll out together anyway. And if that gives you a level of confidence in investing the state's funds, I would just make that suggestion.
And sorry, this is just Susan, just to clarify, we still have some moving parts on our capitalization, because to some extent, I'm kind of waiting on understanding where this is shaking out. But I'll just say that right now, if anybody's observing what banks are doing this week, you know, the more flexible we can be, the better. But I'll just let you digest that.
John, I think you have a question.
Maybe some of the thunder of what I was going to share was just taken, but if the concern of the group is the second piece of this coming online, is there a mechanism from staff that we could provide a $6 million loan, and then once phase two goes up, effectively roll that $3 million piece back into the grant process? So that way, they, as the company, has incentive to follow through with the commitment as it stands. But secondarily, our commitment could also stay in play of providing this kind of structure should they follow through with the full project as it's understood. And I don't know if that's complicating waters here, but it sounded like maybe prior comment that may be an option.
Sorry,
hang on, let me
clarify.
Let me make a quick point. So the way we've structured the revenue recapture, from the company's standpoint, the grant is still a loan. They're still having to pay back the value of that. It's just what gets paid back to the business council. So Cheyenne Leads is recapturing a portion of the grant funds and then only paying a portion of that back to the business council. But from the company's perspective, it's all being paid back.
Through the lease, clarify.
Through the lease
Through the lease
purchase
over a
agreement.
20 year.
Right, yeah, they won't pay it all back in 1 year,
Yes,
no.
it's not a loan recapture.
No, it's a lease to purchase agreement, yes.
Exactly. And, oh, go ahead, Erin, you have a question?
So, Julie, it's just kind of clarification as we kind of try and break this down, because there's a lot of different numbers and there's phase 2 versus phase 1. So if we just talk phase 1, and I understand, and the clarification was very helpful from the company in explaining what the jobs are that are currently sitting in Cheyenne, and helps to address maybe why wages are sitting where they're at currently. But to get some clarification, what I think I'm hearing is there's going to be intent, right, is 48 new jobs in addition to the 30 that they have.
That's correct.
But is it that for that year 2, because we're currently in year 1, right? So year 2, it would be 11 of the 48. Is that correct? Because I skipped down and it says year 2, there'll be a total of 11 entry level positions. So I guess the 48, when are those expected to come on board?
So, Madam Committee Chair, the 48 jobs are over 5 years.
Okay.
So we're at 30 now. They'll be at 78 employees within 5 years.
Okay.
Does that help?
That does.
Okay.
And then the intent is in year 2, which would be this coming year,
Right.
with the building coming on, that we would have 11 of those 48 was what they would bring on in year 2. And they would be at the $22 an hour.
So they'll start at about, some of the positions, the very entry level that they'll still be doing are $16 an hour. And by year 2 for those folks, which will be year 3 of the company's existence total in Wyoming, will be raised to $22 an hour. That's
Correct.
So we have 2 years out from today that we'll see the 22.
It's all depending on getting the new plant, obviously, because I just wanted to clarify that if the building schedule, we're going to have that pretty tight, but if that takes longer, it's obviously on the opening and getting that up and running.
Right, and that dependency is on phase 1, not phase 2. Correct? Okay.
Correct.
I just want to understand when we say the plant up and running, we know it's phase 1.
Correct. And phase 2, if I understand it correctly, does not add an inordinate amount of jobs. Phase 2 adds 11 jobs, warehouse jobs. So
Correct.
really, if we're betting out there, what the bet is that may attract other medical operations to move their operations to Cheyenne for the sterilization possibility.
Correct. And there is an example in Indiana where about 10 years ago, a sterilization facility opened a brand new location. So there wasn't a sterilization facility in that area. And now 10 years later, there's about 8 biomedical companies that are within, I forget, like 20-mile radius of that facility. So the shipping cost is a big component for those companies that need that sterilization. So they like to be co-located with a facility that they use.
Okay. So, and then just one more if I can. So the 11 that will be added, and I completely understand the construction world and trying to get, and the company and trying to get everything up and going. So I understand that the time is ishish, but the 11 is going to be at the $22 an hour. And then how many of the 30 get adjusted because of where they'll be sitting in the new facility?
Well, I can give you some guesstimates, but they currently have a manager. There are some assemblers, there are some marketing positions, sales positions that are at between $45,000 and $60,000. But the company has indicated is that it's their intention to do 3% increases annually. They've done a little more than that in this first year working with just the folks that they have in the manual process. So they're aiming at 3% increase annually on salaries. They also have a benefits package that totals about $3.10 per hour added to those wages. I think Noel may have covered that, but health insurance, dental, 401k, paid vacation time. So does that help? Does that answer your question or no? Okay.
Yes, Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Julie or anybody, what is the, just for clarification, what is the investment of Innovive in phase 1?
They'll be purchasing a piece of land next to the facility for the installation of a sterilization plant. That's part of it. They're also entering it, if the funds are awarded, they'll enter into an agreement with Cheyenne Leeds and Laramie County to pay the 20-year lease.
Can I just,
go ahead.
so on that building, the construction costs are coming in close to $10 million, and Innovive's on the hook to do all. So right now, that $6 million covers a shell building, and when I say shell, I mean bare bones. There's no TIs internally at all. And so I know one of your concerns was the residual value on that. There's no customized TIs or anything that would make what you're currently paying for, only valuable to Innovive, if you know what I mean. Then we're on the hook for all the build costs beyond that, because that was the only way we could get it done. And so we estimate that we're putting in $4 million into a building we don't own under TIs, which is, quite a heavy lift for us. Because but this is coming back to some of the challenges on this. So, upfront in terms of just to get the building off the ground, we're having to put $4 million into it just to cover putting in HVAC, building improvements, everything else. And then in addition, we are bringing in $3 million of capital equipment that we currently have. We're building out here. We have about 1.5 drawn on our current CapEx line, and then we will draw another 1.5 when we move into this facility, and we'll start building out our automation.
Does that answer your question, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In the interest of time, let's move along to the next project. We can still have discussion when we go to vote on each of the projects after we have a motion on the table.
Thank you. So the next project is a request from Converse County. Karen, you're presenting?
Yes, I'm presenting on this one. Good morning or almost early afternoon here. The next project is from Converse County, and actually two in partnership with the city of Douglas. They're requesting $3 million community development readiness grant for the installation of backbone infrastructure, which is water, sewer. There's going to be some broadband as well to this, but they're covering that. But there's sanitary sewer, water lines, a little bit of roads and such like that, to create infrastructure, backbone infrastructure to approximately 155 acres in the John Lambert subdivision that's located in the Douglas city limits. The infrastructure to be developed that be connected to this will be help develop additional retail, restaurants, multi-unit apartments, senior housing, single-family properties within the Douglas city limits. The project, of course, like I said, includes about 7,000 feet of broadband, electrical, and other things too that the county and the city are going to be covering themselves. The cost for putting in the backbone infrastructure is to help prepare the property for development. And the cost is actually prohibited for a private developer to come in and do this all themselves. By bringing this infrastructure to the property, the county and city can better market the site to private developers at a normal development costs. The John Lambert subdivision is one of the largest undeveloped plots of land within the Douglas city limits that has the greatest potential for the development of commercial and housing opportunities in the next decade. The city of Douglas and Converse County began a process through collaborative workshops to create land use plan based on the overarching vision. And this vision integrates natural resources, parks, trails, commercial areas, as well as some public areas too, along each Richard Street. Other future plans include hospital expansion, schools, social services campus, and other governmental buildings. And of course, a lot of the plan too has been done on a recent 2019 housing study that the city of Douglas is looking at the need of approximately 600 permanent housing units prior to 2025. And there is little to no land available for this kind of development within the city limits of Douglas. Also too is that the smaller retail properties, that they don't really have a lot of development areas for that, because a lot of the properties that they have currently for retail are larger. So they're looking at developing something smaller too. Most of the larger commercial properties, of course, are used by oil and gas companies that are working in the area, and approximately 5,000 new wells are planned for the county in the next 10 years. So the need of temporary and permanent housing are pretty significant in the area. And there are several benefits to this project. As I said, construction of workforce housing, the ability to attract new and expanded retail and commercial businesses by providing lots that are otherwise non-existent in the city, and then opportunities for future development of schools, medical services, and other public recreational spaces. Funding sources and uses for the project, of course, this request is $3 million. Both Converse County and the city of Douglas will provide a cash match of $1.237 million apiece for a total of $2.4, almost $2.5 million. The city of Douglas and the Converse County are also providing $598,000 apiece for totaling $1.2 million to cover the infrastructure for the broadband. We do have representation on behalf to answer any questions that you might have or explain this project a little further, but staff does recommend funding.
Thank you, Karen. I know we have lots of folks here to speak to us, so this is your time. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm Robert Short. I'm the Converse County Chairman of the Converse County Commission. And we appreciate you taking the time to listen to our application. As mentioned, the total project in cost, we're expecting a little bit north of $7 million. We're asking the Business Council to consider a $3 million grant with the 100% recapture back to the Business Council. We understand the economic environment of the state budget, and we are absolutely working as partners in this particular project. We in Douglas suffer from landlocked opportunity for any retail and or commercial development. This particular property located inside the Douglas city limits is the old Douglas County Airport property. That particular property, which is shown on the screens behind you or in front of you, depending on your orientation, is the most logical development property in Douglas currently. The major thoroughfare for east-west travel in Douglas is Richards Street, which comes off of I-25 at approximate mile marker 135. As one traverses in a westerly direction towards Douglas, the vast majority of retail and commercial space is located on the north side of that drive. On the south side of the drive is currently mostly vacant land, sans the very southeast corner, which happens to house a new construction, which is a city-county joint development, which is the Converse County Joint Justice Facility, housing law enforcement, dispatch, and the state mandated jail facility. We believe that this property is prime development specifically for retail commercial developments, which we lack desperately in Douglas, specifically associated with what I mentioned before, the lack of buildable space. Additionally, we understand that housing is crucial for any kind of workforce. So we anticipate some housing component as part of this development. The issue is that there are no developers with pockets deep enough to develop the infrastructure, the backbone infrastructure, sewer, water, gas, electrical, and obviously high-speed internet access, which Douglas is aiming to be a gigabit community because we understand the importance of high-speed internet access as part of a business development. Myself being a person who's been able to develop businesses in Converse County, understand the absolute necessity for reliable high-speed broadband. I don't know that there's anything else I can offer other than flapping my gums. So I am happy to relinquish the microphone to the City of Douglas manager, Mr. Jonathan Teichert.
Madam Chair, council members, thank you for your consideration of our application. The map that you just had up before you showed the south side of Richard Street, which was the 87 business loop through Douglas being developed. This is what we anticipate that looking like if you were to flip that development from the north side that's currently existing to the south side of the highway. That that's shown in gray is actually not right there right now. This is just a illustration of what that would look like. This is the largest acreage in Douglas that's still developable. Currently, there are about 7 properties that are commercially available that are listed for sale. Most of those have issues with either access or a lift station infrastructure. This project would help to develop this land, develop this property. We'd already talked about the need for housing, which is a component of this project. There are the study that identified that there are over 600 living units that will be required in the next 5 years. That will be a component of this project as well. So again, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I appreciate your consideration of our request today. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Carl Hertz. He's the CEO of the Converse County Memorial Hospital.
Thank you. As they echo what they've said, I really don't have anything to say. I'm here to answer questions. I'm also, in addition to my job at the hospital, I'm a member of the Douglas City Council.
Thank you. Kathy.
Madam Chair, I have a question. So with this development, do you have committed investors that are saying they would come and do the work that needs to be done?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We don't at this time. This is not a business committed application. We do have, though, the county has acquired some property in town that we are looking to develop now. We've put that out as a request for expressions of interest. I've spoke with 6 developers just this year in the last 2 months who have great interest in developing. That is already platted into 91 lots. This is a different property and a larger property. When they see this, every one of them pointed to this and said, when is this going to be available? So I know that there is interest in developers who are looking at this, mostly for the commercial aspect, the highway frontage and the possibilities there, but also as far as multifamily. The housing that we're looking to develop now is single family lots. Yeah, it serves the need, especially with that missing middle that this would serve. So
thank you.
Madam Chair, you're okay. So can you just elaborate a little bit on the housing? I think one of the things that we're trying to be very cognizant about, especially given that this is state funding, right, is we want to be really thoughtful in that if we're investing funding and opening up lots, that we're not flooding a market, and especially utilizing government dollars and then causing some great instability in your market, which then causes a whole series of other things, right? So I think we have a series of questions for you just to really get the understanding of where you currently are, what this does for you, and also make sure that we're not unwisely investing in money that's actually going to hurt your economy in the long run versus actually help. So can you talk a little bit about the lots you have slated here? So you have 91 that you just developed, but that's all single family housing. How much of this would be the single family? How much of this is residential? And then just talk a little bit about your real estate climate overall, so that we can get a good feel for what this is looking like. Is that fair and make sense?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we've made no secret that there is a housing component as part of this project. We are looking to address some of our housing needs. I mentioned the 91 lots that the city's currently looking to develop now. Part of the study that we had commissioned just this past year identified 625 over the next 5 years. That's not all just single family housing. Most of that's multifamily housing, which this would be a large component of that, addressing those kind of workforce needs. Senior housing, we identified those needs, especially single head households, which is kind of a missing component. We do a good job, especially in Douglas, but everywhere, of addressing our low income and then our higher end housing. What's missing is that kind of probably the $200,000 to $300,000 range, which we're hoping that this will address with those workforce needs that we have now.
If I may. So in my role at the hospital, and you have several letters from school district and things like that in front of you as well, we're having a really hard issue with the housing. My understanding, or my hope with this development as we do the frontage road is to get some more commercial or retail applications in Douglas. So as I try to recruit doctors and nurses and other staff to Douglas, as the school district tries to recruit teachers and so forth to their for their needs, we have a real hard time with the lack of services in Douglas. And so our intent is, once the backbone is invested and put in place, that then the commercial investors and developers will come in, and they will still have to put in their investment to extend off the trunk, as you will. But really, that $7 million bump to get the infrastructure in makes it really hard for them to develop. From a housing standpoint, we have nurses that move to Douglas, they cluster their resources together and they rent an apartment together. We have teachers that are doing the same thing. And we have students at Eastern Wyoming College that were enrolled and accepted and then left the program because there was no affordable housing. And so housing in general, as you asked, it's a tight market. And even for upper income earners, the market is so tight that it makes it even difficult for those nurses that would traditionally be able to find a home in another community to find a home in Douglas.
I do appreciate, and I think it's worth calling out here, the fact that you talked about the piece that we're looking at investing in, or what's on the table right now, is just the backbone to get to the lots, and it's not actual infrastructure on the lots. And I think that's just important, especially in setting precedent, that we're not getting in the game of actually going in and developing lots specifically. And I think it's important to call out.
And I have a question just along that line. So your intention is to plat this, and then I noticed that the recapture statement, that we get recapture on the sale of lots. So who will develop this? Because it doesn't become a lot until it's developed. If we're bringing everything up to the end of it, does the county, the city, I mean, do you have the intention? It sounds like with the 91 residential lots that you have elsewhere, you're selling those lots to builders. Are you Are you the developer in that project?
No, and in fact, I have no interest in being the developer of that project.
We like hearing that. That's not the role of
Yeah,
public.
that's right. What we're doing there, we would enter into an equity partnership with a developer or just deed it over to them. We'd put in some of the infrastructure, but they would be the developer of that and sell the lots. What we'd be doing here is we'd probably be platting this property, selling 4 or 5 lots at a time to a builder to construct whatever the housing or the commercial industrial component of that project is.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Additionally, to echo Carl's statements earlier about housing in Douglas, one of the issues that we face is there's multiple employment opportunities. Obviously, we've already harped on the fact that housing is a little bit tight. Additionally, no one's terribly interested in developing housing because of the lack of supporting services associated with living in any community. We have a very sparse retail offering in Douglas simply based on the fact that the downtown was developed somewhere in the early 1900s and is subsequently filled out. There's no other place to build in town those retail and commercial environments that are those supporting services necessary for us to feel like a town has what we want outside of a living dwelling. So our intention, as has already been stated, is to put in those infrastructure pieces that make this property desirable to be developed for commercial and retail opportunity, as well as putting in place those residential zonings that allow for the multifamily and senior dwellings to be built. As we know, there's an aging populace in Wyoming, and there's a grossly underaddressed opportunity for those folks who want to downsize a little bit of their homes and move into more like patio style living.
Madam Chair, can
Yes,
I just-
Jason.
I guess my question is around, I feel like, I definitely feel like we're not necessarily in the city planning business, right? And I hear a lot of that type of talk about, what we plan to do and the problems we plan to solve. And we're not necessarily, and maybe it's debatable, in the retention business either. And so can you give me a picture from one of your perspectives of what's your vision for Douglas from an economic perspective? Where will this get us? Where will this help us be in 10 years? You throw around things like retail. I don't think retail is growing anywhere. I mean, that's a gross generalization, but there's a lot of retail just up the road from you guys too. So what makes you think that's going to happen? And what is the ultimate thing there? I know there's some great things with the hospital happening. So I'd love to hear what's the vision of where we're going to be.
Sure.
Thank you. I think the vision, if we could look out 10 years from now, you're right, retail is going to continue to struggle. Beyond retail, we have the need for basic services, as in restaurants, maybe a little retail where you could buy a washcloth or a towel if you wanted. When Shopko left our community, like it did in many Wyoming communities, it devastated unless they were able to repurpose that building. We have some challenges in Douglas with that building, as the owner is not a local person, lives in a different state, and has set the lease at such a high mark that nobody has any interest in renting from him or leasing the property from him. And then it kind of spills over into, okay, if I do want to build a new restaurant or build a new retail space, where the heck am I going to do that? This is really the only place left in town. So in the future, I would envision really kind of mirroring, that's what we did in the visual there, kind of flipping over. We're not going to have another grocery store across the street. We're not going to have another big lumber yard or things like that. But I could see some strip mall and some restaurants and some other services in that area. As far as our community overall economic driver, I'm proud to say that our hospital is a big part of that. Every 2 weeks, I've signed payroll checks at $1.3 million. And so we put that every 2 weeks into the local economy, and we continue to grow. We're not trying to be from a hospital's perspective, it's off track here, but we're not trying to be empire builders, but we just continue to have physicians and patients come to our doors asking us to participate. Every time we drive more revenue from outside Converse County, we keep that money locally. And in my letter, I referenced 60% of healthcare is controlled by outside entities outside of our state. And that's something that should concern us all. We want to keep local healthcare dollars local. And I think Douglas can continue to grow along those lines. We certainly will see a new building within 10 years and more staff. So that will drive more education, more services. I think the whole flywheel will get going, but we need some of that backbone infrastructure to just help get us off the mark. Thank you.
Any more questions? Oh, Ron?
Mine is more of an observation than a question. For those of you that don't know, I also serve on the state fair board, and I make a lot of trips to the town of Douglas for meetings, and I understand what they're getting at, and I don't want to build housing, but I will tell you right now, I tried to get a motel room for my meeting in April, and I can easily do that at a price of $323 a night, because there are no places to stay in Douglas because of the workload. Because of that, our fairgrounds houses on an average of about 80 campers on a 355-day-a-year process. The other 10 days they are asked to move out, and I believe last year they went to this property and set up their campers for the time of the fair, and then all moved back. I will tell you, the fairgrounds is not set up for year-round camper service. We do collect a fee. We will not take anybody unless it's an overflow that the other people don't have. We're not trying to compete. It's a difficulty for the fair. At fair time, our attendance is down because there's no place to stay. There's no retail shopping. There's no anything other than the fair. So the only people that come to the fair are those that their child is in the fair. It's a task. We've done a lot of things over the last 2 years that I've been on that. We just did a master plan, but we can't do any of this stuff until Gillette and Douglas and Converse County start to see some growth and start to do some things. And I think there's a great advantage to this project in helping the state fairgrounds. We have actually had a minimal conversation with a developer that is interested in building a motel on the fairgrounds. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but so there are prospective businesses or developers out there that are interested in Douglas, and they've been talking to the fair about doing things there. Would that be a good idea? I don't know. But that's fairground space that goes away anytime we do that. They need places to build. So my observation from travel.
Thank you, Ron. Mike?
So, yeah, probably like just example to the new board members about the fear of asking a really dumb question. I'll just get that out there for you.
There are no dumb questions.
So maybe 2 questions. Julie, could you explain how the revenue recapture works? Does that come back to the business council, or does that just come back to the county? How does that actually work?
Sure, Mr. Co-chair, members of the board. The way that revenue recapture works is different on every project. This one in particular, they're offering to pay back to the business council the lot sales, 100% recapture, and that money goes right back into the Business Ready Community account. Doesn't go into the general fund to have to be reallocated. Anything we get back on a project goes right into the BRC account.
Okay, thank you.
That's different than what's on the document, correct? Because the document says 45%. Sorry, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, so typically communities keep a portion of the the grant funds to continue their economic development activities. At the site visit, we talked about, 45% may not be enough given our tough economic challenges right now. And so what I heard from the commissioner was they're offering 100% recapture, which is what we suggested, or at least bumping it up from the 45%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
So basically, we're providing capital eventually that would just return back to the business council at some point, should the plan be successful.
That's correct.
Yeah. So a question for the county folks. Sorry. Yeah.
I think we need to clarify that. When we were talking, I think when the commissioner had talked about 100% recapture on the sale of that, it was actually, I think in our application, 45% up to the $3 million grant amount. So the business council would be made in whole 100%, but the recapture amount would be at a 45% based on the amount of the total project costs.
Okay. Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
so each sale, we're gonna get 45% until we get to our 3 million.
Madam Chairman, yes, I'm sorry if it sounded odd the way I stated that. 100% of the monies invested from the business council are anticipated to be recaptured and returned to the business council.
And then this is sort of an aside, but I'm coming off the coal bed methane boom in our area that I live in, and also seen other industrial activity. I'm interested in what the county is doing to generate revenue from the businesses, the 500 wells, whatever that I've mentioned, I saw in here. What are you doing to capture impact dollars from them, and how are you applying those? How are you applying industry's dollars for? And I don't think impact may be I think that may be too broad of a term. It might even be a term of art in some areas, but what is industry doing to step up to help the county manage the impacts of the energy development that's going on, and how are those things being applied, and will those be applied to this project?
Madam Chairman, and soon to be co-chairman, I guess.
Just call me Mike.
Mike, thank you very much for the question. The county has consistently poured dollars back into different opportunities. For example, as Councilmember Harvey mentioned, the Wyoming State Fairgrounds. The county continues to put money every year to Wyoming State Fairgrounds for helping develop and improve facilities, as just one for instance. As we see more growth in Commerce County, and as an example thereof, in the last 18 months, we have seen growth in natural gas production, and our ability to actually produce natural gas move from approximately 345 million cubic feet per day to approximately 1.2 billion cubic feet per day, with another 400 million on the horizon. The 5,000 wells that you mentioned is one development in Commerce County that we've been working on for the last 5 years, and we're almost at record of decision time. That record of decision, we're hopeful, will be somewhere within the next 3 to 4 months, given there's not too much hiccup in Washington, D.C. The monies that are generated on that, of course, continue to go to road development in the county and also social services. As an example, I also serve as the chairman for the County Coalition Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault. That entity is funded by joint funds from county and city to help the needs of those folks who are unfortunately impacted in a negative way associated with economic downturns and also socioeconomic situations that drive unfortunate situations at home. Additionally, I serve as the county commissioner representative for the Wyoming County Commission Association for Energy and Environment. We continue to pour money into these other economic opportunities inside of Commerce County to enhance and entice investment in the county. We've been working with the local economic development corporation to try to bring in a fractionator to take off some of the produced gas stream to crack out polyethylene, polyethylene being a worldwide market growth projected at approximately 4% year over year for the next 20 years. The largest producer of polyethylene pipe, high density polyethylene pipe, is Casper Polypipe. That's the largest producer within 400 miles. They take all their resin from Houston currently because there is no other plant available anywhere nearby. Our hopes is to actually create the environment that would attract such a fractionator and or polyethylene pelletizer into our neighborhood, because we're finally getting to where we have enough available raw stream to do that. But obviously it's a long game. You know, we won't see anything in the next 2 weeks, obviously.
So what impacts is industry paying for as it relates to infrastructure similar to what you're asking us to fund?
The industry pays nothing. Oil and gas is completely exempt from any kind of impact funds. Wind farms, on the other hand, pay an impact. Those impacts have to be absolutely identified and justified to the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council. I'm sorry, unmitigated impacts as defined very broadly by the ISC. So for example, in the most recent application, I believe Converse County and the local entities were awarded approximately $2.1 million plus or minus to take care of roadways, 23.5 miles of road, additional workload at the hospital, law enforcement facilities, as well as water needs in the city and also roadways inside the city. But again, those are very specific dollars that have to be applied specifically to those projects as identified in the unmitigated impact statements and awards from ISC. And according to Senator Beabout, we must actually report back exactly how those monies are spent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, one quick question. So the area outlined, is that presently city county owned? I see there's a name on this, John Lambert, but in fact, it is public property today.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Brown, yes, that is county property, was deeded to the county when that airport moved out of there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good. Landed there.
But it's inside the city limits, so it's a little bit odd.
Yeah, right. Well, now, where are the racers going to go? That's pretty serious business.
Back out on the interstate. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I have a general, go ahead, Pam.
Okay.
Please.
Madam Chair. Question is to you guys, have you created a priority list? I feel like there's a broad net of project description, listening to Council Harvey and I've seen it myself or been there, the demands from the fairgrounds. Do you have a list, maybe the priorities, whether it be the retail or the hotels first, and then the senior housing, multifamily, and maybe the 9-to-1 lots last for the demand? I mean, has that been even approached or thought about that in a phase?
It isn't. And to clarify, the 91 lots, that's somewhere else.
Yeah.
That is not in here. Okay, that's something you're in process of working on right now already.
So, Madam Chair,
yes,
that again, a priority list of this broad net that has been thrown over the 155 acres.
Yeah, so the commercial retail would be the first priority in this project. And of course, that's what funds communities and counties, and it's our tax base as well. So that is our priority, but as well as addressing some of those housing needs that we do have.
Madam Chairman, if I may, Councilmember Thayer, the reality is we don't have housing out inside city limits. So much of our housing takes place on RV parks, or more appropriately, where we can hang a meter on a power pole somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. And therefore the city misses out on any of those potential sales tax dollars associated with somebody living in town and paying property tax, for example, as well as our school systems suffer from lack of revenue associated with those lack of revenue dollars as well. Our hope is as some of this multifamily housing starts to develop, of course, we can attract some of those folks to live in town rather than a fifth wheel out in the middle of nowhere where emergency services is also taxed in order to help them out.
Madam Chair, excuse my sort of ignorance about the whole, the economy in Douglas. I mean, I understood it as an energy sort of focused economy. I understand the hospital is a really great opportunity. Is the census, like, is the population up? Like what's happening that all of a sudden we need, like what changed? I guess it's hard for me to understand what changed in the planning of this city that all of a sudden we're going to have an opportunity for retail and houses and people. Does that make sense?
We'll know in
Or are
30,
we
we'll know in
gonna
30
build
days what our census looks like. But yeah, we're drive through
build it
Douglas
and they
now.
will come, or is it, you know what I mean? I guess I'm just, it's a little like your question about the broad net. It's like, I understand all those things, but what's, you know, I don't know. I just, if the economic engine is, we've got people in fifth wheels that will buy houses, there's a lot of assumptions in that first, but you know, is it the energy thing or is it the, perhaps the medical opportunities? I don't know. And, you know, maybe you know, Kim, you're from Casper. You see this. I don't know. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman and Councilmember Kinsler, it's all the above. In fact, if you visit Interstate 25 between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. on any day of the week, it's an incredible. I grew up in Glen Rock, for crying out loud. You know, you could count like every 6 or 7 minutes. There's one. Wait. Today, you cannot count the traffic. It's so incredible. I mean, it sounds like far-fetched, but it truly is bumper to bumper traffic for approximately 2 hours from the 5 a.m. hour to about 7 a.m. and again at night, traversing the other direction. There is some Casper back. Yeah. The Casper is the bedroom community, as weird as that may sound. It is Douglas and Glen Rock's current bedroom community.
Got it.
Even though it used to be the opposite way around, Glen Rock was absolutely a bedroom community. It is full, and Casper is the only place nearby where there's any available housing. And to your point earlier about retail, it's 47.5 miles approximately from boundary to boundary in those municipalities. People go to Casper absolutely for grocery shopping, retail opportunities, go to the theater or other entertainment, because that's a black hole of all those services currently in Converse County. So we are desperate to try to diversify enough in Converse County that we get some folks to spend their money locally as well. Nothing against our cousins in Casper, but we definitely need to be sharing the wealth across these multiple entities in order for all of them to remain viable.
Thank you.
So I have a question about this concept of how you're going to take this to market. I'm in the banking world on the flip side of economic development world. And many times what I hear from private developers is we shouldn't be competing against the city, the county, the state. That's not their role. So because I'm writing myself notes and I'm thinking of structures in ways that we can do this. And one of my notes was, let's put some teeth in there that if you're gonna partner, take an equity position with a developer, we want to see what that agreement looks like. There's going to be a proceeds agreement and all these aspects of how the sale proceeds are going to get distributed. But then I think on the flip side, the developer's not going to want that. Developers want their money back. I mean, I lend to developers all the time. When we structure the pay downs on their notes, they have to have a certain amount of that cash flow or that deal isn't viable. And they're not going to choose to go there. So I am so struggling with this one, because on the economic development side, I see, so you coming in as an equity partner with these with a developer on these 10 lots or these 4 industrial lots, your component of coming in on that is to bring that price down for them, to make this an economically viable project for them to participate in. Your only way of doing that is to ensure that they get their cash flow the way they want it on each one of the sales of those individual lots. On the flip side, we're thinking we want the same thing. You know, and I shouldn't say we, when I'm sitting in here putting my notes down of the parameters under which maybe I could entertain an approval on this, I'm wanting the exact same thing your developer is wanting. And I don't think that that's a marriage. It's going to attract a developer. Tell me how much thought and planning you have put into what this is going to look like when this infrastructure is here and you are at the table with developers. What's your preferred structure? What's your tolerable structure in what that agreement looks like? Does any of that make sense?
Yeah, and we've gone through this same process on the 91 lots that I've talked about earlier.
Yes.
What that process is looking like, we put this out as a request for expressions of interest. Was we accept, for a better term, RFPs on that. We meet with those developers. We enter into a right to negotiate with them, exclusive right to negotiate, and then enter a development agreement with them. We would look at doing something similar on this project. Obviously, it's got to work for the developer, and that would be a negotiation. We're not looking to line their pockets. We're not looking to get rich out of this. We're looking at long-term, those tax revenues, bringing business, commercial in. That's where we'll see our recoup of our costs. But obviously, it's got to work for them. I think that's going to be when we sit down and hash out these details with the builder, with the developer on that final project and what that will look like at that time. But until then, it's hard for me to give you a good answer on that.
Have you entertained or are you planning to consider any equity partnerships where the county or the city, the county or the town or whoever is involved actually puts in capital into the development of it? I mean, or will you contribute a lot as your equity in that partnership at zero cost to them?
That's the one.
Madam Chairman, yes, exactly what you've stated. From the county's perspective, in order for us to entice and put into play an equitable arrangement that does not unduly reward any developer taking the risk of developing, we would look at our equity share being the land itself associated with that development. But we're fully anticipating then that a premium is paid on the backbone infrastructure, and that's how we'll recoup the monies to give back to the business council.
When you say the premium paid on the backbone and infrastructure, explain that in more detail.
Our intention is to utilize any taps, any place where these developers have to connect into the backbone infrastructure, electrical, sewer, water, gas, that they will have to pay for that.
Right.
A portion of roughly equivalent to the footprint that they're willing to develop, that percentage back to the business council ultimately. So let's just say arbitrarily they're developing 10%, 300 grand is coming back as part of their development that will then be returned to the business council. As Jonathan stated before, our intent is not to make any money on this at all. It's to build an economic environment that will bring that economic development into Commerce County that will then benefit, Douglas, the Wyoming State Fair, et cetera.
Okay, so our recapture is not on the sale of lots. Our recapture is from tap fee income that's coming to you. That is not, Julie?
It's not exactly that, Julie, please.
Yeah, so that's not how the application was brought to us. We understood that it would be a portion of lot sales, but we understand there are things associated, tap fees and whatnot. So if the project is approved, we will execute an agreement with the county and as the applicant that clarifies all that. I think that we're straying into the weeds here in terms of, I don't know how familiar the folks are with the language that was in the grant agreement, but we'll ensure that whether it's from lot sales or tap fees or wherever it is, we recoup at least 45% of the sale of lots and up to that $3 million.
Madam Chairman, if I may, I'm sorry if I confused it or muddied the waters. I don't mean specifically a tap fee is going to be that generational point, but if you're going to develop, you're going to have to tap. So in doing so, that lot that Julie just mentioned, maybe 10% of the size of the facility that's for sale, that will be a commensurate charge associated with that development. So whether it's, you apply it as a tap fee or whether you apply it as the sale of the property or however the language reads, they will be paying a portion back associated with that development.
Okay. And I'm going to just take an opportunity because I just realized we're into our second project and we have 2 folks at the table that don't necessarily vote, but we definitely want them to have the opportunity to ask questions too. So Megan and Josh, do either of you have questions you want to ask? If so, ask them.
Thank you, Kim. Julie, there's no minimum or fair market value evaluation that's associated with the lot sales, is there?
I'm not sure I understand.
So I'm just trying to think about this from my new role as outreach, right? And how I would go to the legislature and justify the Business Ready Community Program. And it's not fair to stick it all on your project by any means. So please excuse me from kind of taking it beyond that. But this is exactly what we pitched with our current strategy, was that we were going to be reevaluating this program to make sure the investment back to Wyoming was the best dollars that we could spend. So as I think about just using this as an example, and this is where I want you to tell me what I've missed. When I look at this and I sit through the committee meeting on this, I think to myself, there's no lot fair market value associated with the recapture. So if it's used as an incentive to a developer, I don't see where the 45% can come back to the business council in any sort of guaranteed fashion. And I don't necessarily think that it needs to be dollar for dollar, but I think about the recapture generally of what we're trying to structure, which is to provide economic development opportunities that incentivize a small community like Douglas. But we haven't, or have we, evaluated it on a scale of we can justify and ensure that the community is going to treat the investment at bare minimum standards to get the revenue recapture back to the state.
Have I just plainly? I think the direct question is, what protections do we have built in here that when there's a developer that comes to the table with these guys, there's no fair market value assigned to giving them the lot? So let's say the county, not that you would, but the county says, okay, Mr. Developer, we're putting our lot in and it says equity. And all we need back is $10,000 from the lot sale or $5,000 from the lot sale, of which we get 45% of whatever that is, or nothing from the lot sale. The lot sale, no proceeds come back. Where is the protection in that? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll try to address that. So one, this is a readiness project, which inherently has some risk to it because we're betting on the come, if you will. So we may not recoup everything, but we are entering into this when they submit their application and we have all the discussions that we've had. We make a recommendation based on good faith that these communities and local governments are our partners. So some of that is based on good faith effort. It is not to the community's advantage, to the local government's advantage to undersell, underprice those lots. They are developing their own economy as well. And so if they can get us paid back and they make additional money on lots that are still available beyond 3 million, that's on them to, you know, it enriches the community and further develops their economic picture. As project, if this project's approved, what we do following this is we execute those agreements that really lay out in fine detail what do they owe us and how are they going to go about marketing those lots, and so that we have a clear understanding of how that recapture will be paid. Is it going to be paid every 6 months, once a year? How do we know when they're doing lot sales? All of those details will be covered in an agreement that we'll execute after the fact. The board is free to put whatever parameters on that they would like to. For staff's perspective, we keep it foremost in our mind that yes, we need to recoup that. And so, you know, there's statutes about disposal of property and how they have to go about doing that. So we'll follow the statutes. We'll certainly comply with anything the board wants, but we feel like, these folks are our partners. So there's a level of trust in the fact that they're going to do what they said they would in their application, and that is sell the lots at a reasonable price, reasonable for the expectation of the return on investment from their perspective and from ours.
Josh?
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair, thanks. I do have a quick question then along those lines. Have you done the math to say at what point this $3 million will be paid back based on the market today and based on the amount of lots and development that could happen there? Have you done that math at all?
Madam Chairman, no, I have not done that math. I know that Commissioner Willicks has done the math. He's put the pencil to it, but he's not here. I can't answer you that. He's a realtor as well, and so he knows what. But a very good answer to the question before. It is set out in statute by how the county or the city can dispose of property, and that's either by appraised value or sealed bids. And so to ensure that we're not lining the pockets of a developer who would, but on the other hand, we still want to make lots somewhat affordable. We can place deed restrictions on the sale of those lots as well when we work that out with a developer, but there is a process in place for us to dispose of those.
So we were looking at the residential lots listings that you have available in town right now. So tell me, for these 91 lots, totally separate project, just this helps me with your thought process. What's the price that the price point that you want those lots to go on the market at?
We're looking at those 91 lots, the price point with the home on it at 200 to 300,000 range is where we're looking. Right now, we have quite a lot that are in that 330 and above range. And we have a lot that are affordable housing that are income restricted. What we're missing is the non-income restricted. These are the school teachers, the nurses, the police officers that can't afford that 350 and above range. So that's where we would really like to market this for our workforce.
So what does the price of the lot need to be to get that house price?
35 to 50,000.
Okay, so you guys have 14 lots on the market right now, 15 lots on the market at 39.9, one at 45. So there's 16 lots on the market right now in that price range. Why are those not moving?
I think they are moving.
I think they are. We've got about a dozen homes that are being constructed right now.
Okay.
So I think, yes, sir.
Oh, well, Madam Chair, I think what we're getting to, the council just needs the assurance that you have enough real estate to sell, that 45% of that number, whatever it is sufficient to pay us back. I think that's where Madam DeVos is getting to. So in fact, I don't know what percentage of this total acreage here. It's very substantial. I know it very well. So I don't know what percentage of that you are going to be developing on this first phase here, if you will. But I think we're just questioning, are you going to be selling enough lots, if you will, that 45% of that number will pay back the 3 million? That's where we are. So that's a question.
Yeah, that's the plan. Exactly. And I guess there, as mentioned before, there's never any guarantees in this deal. But what we're really trying to do is free up that space so that we can have more developers there. And when we talk about lot expenses or the cost of the lot, those lots down on the river that we're developing right now, those are in the $40,000 range. And there's probably 8 houses being built right there and more being sold. And so actually Realtor One from Casper came over, put an office in Douglas, and they're developing that bottom half. The area we're talking about, those lots may be about in the same price range, but if they're split homes or if they're more affordable houses, we think we can attract more people down to that. The illustration that's shown here really just shows the commercial development or the retail development. The housing stuff is all behind that, closer to the interstate. And so I also think sale of those retail lots will obviously generate money first to repay the business council.
Okay. So in the interest of time, because we have a 12:15 lunch break, let's consider one more project before lunch. If not, the rest. Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. Let's move on to Sinclair at least before we break for lunch.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. The town of Sinclair is requesting a $1,915,000 community readiness grant application for funding for the restoration of their historic Sinclair Theater. Funds will be used to upgrade electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and HVAC systems, ADA compliancy, upgrades to their telecommunications, lead paint and asbestos removal, interior repairs and finishes, and replacement of windows and doors. The 3,500 square foot theater is in the heart of the historical district of Sinclair. It was built in 1924. The Sinclair Oil Corporation owned and leased the building until the town acquired it in 1968. The Sinclair Historic Theater is a designated historic landmark. The town has been working with the Wyoming State Historic Preservation Office to ensure that the theater is restored appropriately. The goal of this project is to provide a community cultural center that will provide the residents of Sinclair and its surrounding communities with a hometown movie theater that can show movies and live productions, as well as offer a community gathering place for family reunions, weddings, receptions, meetings, school events, that type of thing. The funding sources and uses. So again, the applicant is requesting a $1,915,000 community readiness grant and will provide a 14% match. That match includes a $112,000 cash match provided via donations and fundraising efforts, as well as a $199,500 in-kind match for engineering costs that have already been paid. Staff is recommending that this project be funded as a community enhancement project for $500,000. I believe we have members of the community here to talk about this project and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I bet we're gonna
Old fashioned stuff.
Good. We love old fashioned stuff.
I am Jason Knope. I'm with Edge Engineering. We were contracted with the town to come together and put together a plan. Basically, I kind of met town of Sinclair randomly through other projects that we're doing with the community around there.
Excuse me, would you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
They came to me with a project, a committee that was put together 10 years ago, I believe it was. And it was a theater committee. They've had this historic theater in their minds to basically restore and put back to use for quite some time. So they've had an extensive theater restoration committee put in place. So they had me come give a talk to them, go through the process of what it would take to bring it up to code, up to usable space, up to a community centerpiece. Into the theater itself, it's a beautiful structure. Normally when we get projects like this, restoration projects, we walk into them and there's usually like a massive hole in the ceiling and everything is deteriorated to the point of non-salvaging. But the town actually used this up to a point where they had to shut it down and not allow public in it because of its historic features, utilities, lead paint, asbestos, stuff like that. So quick background of this, the town was owned by the oil company, Pargo. Back then, they brought in a Spanish architect out of Denver in the early 1920s, and he designed the whole town, the town hall, the theater, the hotel, the community, the rec district building, currently now the post office. And that's why when you walk into this town, you see Hispanic architecture that you do not see anywhere in Wyoming. And pretty much in the surrounding states around us. You start getting into southern Colorado and you start to see some of this architectural stuff, but not in this area. So that's one thing that kind of takes you back when you walk into this community is it's a step back in time of the great architectural that you see here. You just don't see buildings built like this anymore. And then the condition that they're in, that they're actually salvageable and usable versus tear down and rebuild because they've been neglected for so long, it gives us a great opportunity to take on this project. So the theater committee is raised and they've done fundraisers, they've done bake sales, they've done dinner shows, they've done auctions, dinners and auctions to raise that $100,000 to put towards the project. But that's been an extensive fundraising of 10 years, 5 years. And they got $100,000. So it's a great effort. That's a lot of cookies. And it's been taking them a long time to get the money raised to kind of move forward for this project. So that's where we came to the town and offered them an opportunity to put in a grant to see if we can help spur this enthusiasm that the town has shown into this project and try to give it some momentum. People get discouraged as you're only raising $5,000 to $10,000 a year to restore this building. So they kind of start to not see the light at the end of the tunnel. So this is an opportunity for us to maybe bring that quicker to the community, kind of give them a reward for all their effort up to this point and help them move this thing forward. So the extent of the project is basically full restoration. This historic district is actually registered for all the buildings because of the Spanish architectural. So the whole town is registered as a historic district. So this building lies right in the heart of downtown. You have the theaters here. The Pargo Hotel takes up this whole centerpiece of the town, and then the town hall is over here, and they have another historic Spanish church over here that's part of the facilities. So it all blends into this community. So back in the day when you were the guy running the oil refinery, you were the mayor. That was your second hat you wore. So you ran the town. Eventually the oil company decided they're not in the business to run towns. And so that's when they incorporated and gave the buildings over to the town of Sinclair. And they've been operated and ran for since then. So that kind of gives you why all these buildings look the same. the oil company built them all at the same time. It's in great shape. As far as the historic seats, the windows, the architectural, the design inside the building, all of that's still in great intact. So as part of this project, we want to restore it, bring it up to current codes and bring in current amenities to it so that you can have modern day theater productions in it, modern day movie showings in it, stuff like that. Since it was built in 1920s, everything's 1920s. So the grand scheme of this, as we sat down with the town, is, hey, let's just not restore this for theatrics. Let's restore it for every single event that you guys can come up with, to try to keep this facility in much use as possible. So the theater committee is now turned into a design committee, which we meet with every month. And that committee is also turned into, how do we move forward with staffing and advertisement and putting this building in use. So the committee is going to be involved, not just now and previous, not now during the design, but moving forward to help guide the use of the building. Big parts of this project, because of the cost is so high, we are planning to do the restoration to keep this building a historic building. So it's 100% integrity to be a historic building. So all of our designs are going to refurbish and reuse and rematch everything there, but bring it up to modern codes and modern uses. And that way that this building still have its 100% historic integrity. So if the town ever needed to, down the road, 15, 20 years, look for additional help for funding, maybe to or do some work on the building just because of age, they still will be available to go to feds to get federal funding because of the historic nature that we're going to try to restore this to and keep it in its listing. So we don't want to do something to this building that pulls it out of its historic listing and integrity. So as we go through the design, all the windows are going to get refurbished and reused. All the architectural designs, the banisters are going to be reused but brought up to code. Everything that brings it into its era is going to be kept and brought up to code. Obviously, all the electrical has to be redone. I mean, 1920s, we've come a long ways in anything like that. So none of that meets code. All of the plumbing needs to be brought up to code. There's like one restroom for males and one restroom for females. So today's standards is like 3 or 4. So we got to expand those facilities just to even make this a usable space for the seating of this building is 100. It was 220, and because of modern day people, we were down to 185 because these seats are still there and they're actually quite comfortable for something built in 1920 and out of wood.
Right.
But we can't use them because today we're bigger people and taller people, and so modern seats are going to be put in, but we've sent them off to a company that's going to replicate the look, the design, and the feel of those seats. So that's kind of been part of the process of the design of that process.
Jason,
all the HVAC system has to be redone.
I'm so sorry, but just in the interest of time, because I know that the town of Sinclair has gone through this thoroughly with you.
Yes.
And I also believe the staff has done that same thing. So just so we can get our discussion moving, if you could, I'm so sorry.
So all of the utilities will be upgraded, all of the HVAC, modern stuff, modern lights, new curtains for theaters, new screens to come down for movies. So all that's being brought into the design. And then the town is looking to staff this with a member to promote it, to create the sales, to bring in the events, to bring in the vendors, to do the sales. And so we're looking at that person most likely being a transition of a current city employee. That's been part of the discussion, that they'll now have a dual chair or dual hat at that position at the town versus maybe hiring a consultant to run it. So that's part of the steps. And now we're just looking at events that we can start booking and scheduling. We've worked with the University of Wyoming Theater Project. So they're excited to maybe have an opportunity to travel through and put on events there. We've talked with the Casper College Theater Committee, and they're excited to possibly have a traveling theater go through here because there's not a lot of venues for this type of stuff around the state. And then 3-stage acting as well, and Casper's excited. So we've reached out to a lot of people that do this, dinners and shows, comedy nights, movie nights, looking at wedding venues. Really, we're hoping the design of this is the possibility to use this facility is not limited, and that the town can market it in any direction that they want, yet still have this beautiful building to showcase. And then as a part of that, they have a great museum of this town, and then so opening this theater up to allow people to tour through as part of the museum as well. So those are just kind of the highlights of what we want this building to do and function and operate as going forward. Today I brought or came up was Leif Johansson, who's a council member with the town of Sinclair. And he's also been on the theater committee since the start of it. So he's been one of the chairmans and architects of basically keeping this project going and moving. And then Mr. Meeks is another council member with the town of Sinclair to come up and discuss and answer any questions you guys possibly have with this project, moving forward, goals, costs, timelines, schedules.
And I'm sure we have lots of questions. So Ron.
Thank you. In this process over the last 10 years, I guess to back up a hair, traditionally, this type of project, we consider ourselves your last stop looking at grants. What other grants have you looked at? Where do you stand on that? Is there other options that you've looked at through the years since this is a historic facility, there are some grants out there. Have you looked at that?
There's not a lot of avenues to upgrade historic buildings. There are some federal avenues to go. One area that we are currently working with is the Wyoming Cultural Trust, who does a lot of theater type money, but they're usually capped at like 15,000 for that grant money, which we're going to put an application in for some of the costs on the curtains and some of the theater stuff that they like to fund, the curtains, the projectors, the sound systems, stuff like that. So that we are going to probably go 2 rounds of applications with them. So, at best, we're looking at 30,000 from them, but they're geared more towards the functions, not really the building itself. As far as other grants that are out there in the state for historic buildings, it's pretty limited on just to be able to restore a building. Our outlook on this is it is a restoration of a historic building, but it's really a spur of the community. There's no other facility, not just in Sinclair, but in Rollins and the county itself that can house events like this. So it's more of, yes, we do want to restore this building and bring it to light, but we want to be able to hold functions on a monthly, weekly, even a daily basis in this facility with access right off the interstate and the beauty of the history and the museums there. It's something that the town knows that they can capture on. And then hopefully the owner of the Pargo Hotel, sees suit, and they're a private company, they could go after a tax incentive to do some restoration on that building as well. So spurring maybe some development around it and restoring some of the other features.
We've also looked at going with Rocky Mountain Power. They've got some grants out there for the electrical updating. And so we're looking at putting out some grants there also. So
I think Heather wanted to add something.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Madam Committee
And I
Chair.
couldn't read her lips.
I know,
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
We'll just do it this way, it'll be easier. Heather Tupper, Southeast Regional Director for the Business Council. I just wanted to address one thing with Mr. Harvey's question as well. This project, as Jason mentioned, has been they've been spinning their wheels a little bit and trying to raise funds and figure out how to get it done. Recent changes in the city, town, council, mayor have brought this project to the forefront of a priority for the town. So besides looking for additional funding, the town and specifically the mayor have identified that this is a priority and that they will find ways to, whether it's dipping into town reserve funds or whatever, to actually get it complete. So while it may not look like there's other, their budget may not reflect that entirely, but they are committed, and in town council, they've voted to be committed to completing it through those type of funds.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Jason.
Madam Chair, maybe more of just a comment. as it relates to some of these type of projects, I think, in the past, we've probably had a different approach to some of these. But I just think it's important to point out again and sort of reinforce that, we're trying to align all this with a strategy, and our purpose is to really leverage core industries to activate new economic sectors. I mean, we have a very specific direction we have to go. So, I'm sitting here trying to fit it into adding value and activating. And, the one bullet point is invest in amenities like downtowns. But the reason or the purpose is to retain knowledge, creative and advanced manufacturing workforce. And so, I kind of feel, maybe Ron wasn't saying this, but I feel like, the intent here isn't to do that. And I have a hard time seeing, for that investment, how we're going to push this initiative forward. Not to say it's not a relevant project and it will help Sinclair, but I think based on the economy there, what we're looking for is a bigger strategy of how it's going to push our strategy forward as a business council, right? As a state, versus, funding repairs for a building. Like, I just think it's very different. And don't take that the wrong way. It's awesome structure. I get it. It's a cool little community. But do understand, because I think there's going to be other projects like this that come up. So I just wanted to sort of speak to that we have to do that with a very specific intent in mind. And if it's going to help us grow the knowledge economy, if it's going to help us get outside of our traditional sort of economic drivers in communities, let's do it and let's lay out a strategy. But right now it's a little different, I think, for us to be able to, to look at these dollar amounts. I think when the state was in a different position, we probably made these decisions a lot differently. But I just wanted to give you that sense so that if there's anything you wanted to speak to about that. I mean, what's the Sinclair population? 400 or something? Around 500. And it's just it's kind of on us. It's our responsibility at this point to really take in mind the growing the economic sectors, not just doubling down on what we have, but really to take a hard approach to growing. And so I think these projects we have to look at a little differently. So I just share that. I know that's more of a comment, but could it be put into a longer term strategy for how Sinclair is going to change their economy? Possibly, but I'm not hearing that at the moment.
This is going to bring in more of a community feel for this area. And we are obviously looking at this as being a benefit to the town of Sinclair. Granted, it's right in their downtown. So this, like you said, once you invest in people's downtown, that kind of spurs maybe some other developments and businesses coming in. Obviously, it's Sinclair, so it's small. But we're feeling that this project, I know that it's in Sinclair, but we're 5 miles from Rollins. So we're not really calling this, granted, it's a Sinclair project, but it's more of a community project. There's not really a facility in this area to spur this type of entertainment and in the area. And then, working with outreaches of the other communities that are in these programs, the arts and the travels and the shows types that, not just helping with, Sinclair, but working with the university and having them travel through. They're excited to have another venue to stop at that's not just a stage at a school program that they get to do a performance in. So there are outside benefits that just isn't Sinclair with these other industries of theaters and acts that are excited in it. Granted, those aren't they're not huge industrial type businesses, but they are businesses that could benefit.
I appreciate that. I think from our perspective, we have to figure out how it's going to make $2 million for the state. So I don't mean, I totally understand how awesome it would be for the community. And I think you guys will get it done one way or the other, but we have to look at it and go, how's this going to give us $2 million of sort of boost, right? At least, right? So I appreciate that though. Thank you.
And the community itself, as to go back to Heather's comment, Sinclair is definitely, this is their priority of commitment. And so last year we presented a resolution to the mayor to, make this stick is they've created a resolution that this project is going to move forward within 12 months. So our goal is to try to find the money's available. And if not, the town has got to come, they're kind of come up with the money to go forward. And then, and how does that pinch their other, uses and facilities and budgets and how to get this going? That's something we're going to have to sit down and when we get to that timeline that we've set on ourselves is
Yeah.
okay, now we've exhausted every avenue. Where do we find the money? But the town's committed. So
Cool.
I want to let you know that if you did put the money, which obviously the staff's recommending 500,000, that's a great chunk. But that money's not going to sit there and the project's not going to move forward. So the town's committed that heavily that, even if the money's given to us, we're going to move forward as much as we get.
So you mentioned that Sinclair is 5 miles out of Rollins and that this is an asset to everyone. So what is the county's contribution to this project and what is Rollins' contribution? Are they a part of this project? Have they identified this as a priority from an economic development component?
Rollins has really not been involved in this, other than we have contacted people in Rollins that would like to use the venue that we have when we get it completed. But we have decided that we don't want Rollins involved in the theater itself. The theater in Rollins did come to us and said they would like to lease the building, and we said that we would like to keep it under our own control and do the things that we want to do instead of having them lease the building and use it for their purposes. And so we have kind of gotten away from having Rollins involved in this, just as a Sinclair. We use it as a Sinclair project itself.
I'm just gonna say, and our goal is to work with everyone in the state on identified, prioritized projects that are economic development components. And it really sounds to me like this is a community project for a community asset. And this is not a global, the county is coming together. I don't feel that this is a Wyoming Business Council project to fund. Our funds are very specific and Jason went into that. It's an amazing project. I think it's a huge arts and cultural asset, but our funds are very specific in what we're here to do with them. And unfortunately, I just don't feel the match, but that's.
Can I add one other thing? Excuse me. The Community Economic Development Strategy, so the CEDS, which is part of the EDA districting and a process that's required in order for a community to be eligible for future EDA type projects. Carbon County and Sweetwater County are in a combined EDA district. That's how EDA does it. We have nothing to do with that, but it's called the Great Divide. They actually just completed their CEDS within the last 4 or 5 months. And within that, it actually does identify that the small communities within those 2 counties, the various historic theaters and other buildings are a priority to restore and bring back online.
And that's, I would say they should put their money where their mouth is.
Thanks for that, but.
So
yeah,
I'm
it's
so
like-
sorry.
it's like, thanks
And
for
that's
giving me-
not, that's a banker comment. That was not a board member comment. I apologize. We need to wrap for lunch right now. So let's do that and we will come back. And as usual, I hope that you do a way better job than I do on this committee of keeping us on task or on time.
It started at 8.
I know. Just saying, huh?
That's an inside joke.
There was that half an hour. Okay, so back to you,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair.
we will adjourn. We have lunch here for the council and staff. I know there's awesome restaurants in town and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Well, if we can do soon, I don't know, what's
1 o'clock.
1, okay, 1, we'll be back at 1, thank you.
Does that turn them on?
Yeah.
Did you make it? Oh, that's love.
How's that?
Where's your egg?
We will,
So
we'll call our meeting back to order. Since we have a quorum at the sitting down.
Yeah.
We're there. Okay, so I think we are ready to talk about the next project. So we'll turn it over to you, Kim.
And I'll just turn it back to Julie. And Julie will turn it back to Noel. And is Noel going to pass it to Karen?
So it goes.
Turn over.
Yes.
Everybody wait now.
So Noel, would you like to begin?
So Karen.
Karen, would you like to begin?
Okay, you guys have got me on Red Bull, so this is gonna be fast. No.
Okay, round the
Red Bull for the house, please.
Our next project here is from the town of Hudson. Okay, Kim, you need a Red Bull too? No. Okay. But our next project here is a community readiness enhancement grant request for $111,000 plus dollars from the town of Hudson. This little project here is called Bring Back Sphelar Park. And if anybody, are you familiar with the town of Hudson? It sits right between Lander and Riverton. So it is definitely a bedroom community. About 5,000 cars drive through in a daily, any given day between going to Riverton and Lander. So Hudson has got their unique niche there in the community too. They boast the Sphelar's Steakhouse. Everybody knows that place. So just to get you familiar with this, but this project involves a renovation of the playground equipment and picnic shelter in the town-owned Sphelar Park. Funds will be used for picnic shelter foundations, structural renovations, playground equipment, benches, trash receptacles, landscaping, fencing, etc. And this is a project that the town has been working on for many years. In fact, they set up a committee called Bring Back Sphelar Park Committee, and they've been working really diligently since about 2016 with doing these kinds of improvements. That it's been kind of a main goal for the town when they conducted a community planning session in 2018. Since that time, it's kind of impressive because the community has raised $85,000 to help with the renovations to this park. So they're just coming to us for the $111,000 plus dollars to finish this off and make the playground equipment accessible for the children, which they were highly involved with planning this. In fact, most of the kids were the ones that picked out the equipment for this project. So the whole community has been involved. And you'll notice this too in the letters of support that the majority of them are from that town. And a lot of the kids wrote their own letters for this project in support of it. Excuse me. Why, thank you. Being a little bedroom community between Lander and Riverton, Sphelar Park is one of the only amenities that Hudson can offer to its residents. A safe, comfortable public place for the community members to gather contributes to what social researchers call place attachment. That connection formed between an individual and the place where they live. Place attachment also leads to a healthier community with a lower crime rate and creates the conditions that are a more prosperous town. The new playground equipment, as I said, was primarily chosen by the children. And there's about 1/4 of the citizens in that town are kids, anywhere from the ages of infant to high school kids. Staff recommends funding as requested, and most of their match here, they're matching 29% of the costs here for this project with their funds that they've raised. Not all of the funds that they've raised are going to go towards this project because some of those are set aside for doing the ongoing maintenance and such for the park too, once if it is awarded. We do have representation here on behalf of the town, and they can answer any questions that you have, or I'll be more than happy to do that myself, as well as Marcio. He's been heavily involved with this project too, and I ask that he's made available too to answer questions.
Okay. Welcome.
Turn it on. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Not sure it's on. Push it up. I'm Mike Anderson, Mayor of Hudson. We appreciate the Business Council staff and Marcio. If I can just get Marcio, we've met 3 or 4 times. He keeps saying Mayor, and I keep saying it's Mike. A couple more times, he'll have it down. This project is a long-term planning session that the town has been doing. We had the rural development people in 2008, and they gave a list of things that we needed to do. Things for kids was the highest priority. Again, in 2018, we had a town meeting, and it came up again that this is something that that the kids need. We have 110 kids per the school district in school, and like Karen said, that's 25% of the population. When you talk about attending in place, we have 4 or 5 businesses in town, but we're also surrounded by a lot of ranch families. We probably have 30 or 40 people with kids in the surrounding area, and those ranchers have a place to congregate and their kids have a place to congregate with this park equipment. Since we've been working at this over about 8 years now, we've accomplished a lot without funding. We went out and raised the match fundings from a major donor. And we've been paving the roads to make the town more attractive to the young families that could move there. Working on the lighting right now. We've replaced the water system so that the water's good, the sewer's good. And we're trying to attract young families with kids. As of yesterday, 2 houses were sold yesterday with our target market. You know, they had, these 2 families are coming in, and the houses they bought were mid-range houses as far as price. So they're coming in where they can afford to live there, and both families, both parents have jobs, and they can help us serve the community. Hudson is in the middle as far as physical location. It's also in the middle as far as having affordable housing for the growth that's happening in both Lander and Riverton. So we can put people up in that town and let them serve there. You guys have the application. I'm just here to kind of answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mayor Mike.
Yep, Mike. You got it. Marcio.
Board members, questions? Kathy? She looks so reluctant.
So I just have a question. Have you tried other sources of funding such as Rotary or Wyoming Community Foundation?
Let me tell you a story about that, okay?
Okay. I'm going to hear it.
To be short, the park is one element. It mainly serves kids 2 to 8, 2 to 9, something like that. The Lander Kiwanis, we also have partnered with the school. We don't have a school there, but they have a gym still there. And the Kiwanis has purchased 2 wrestling mats for us over the last 2 years. They've had some help come over from there to help with some of these projects. We've over the years, we've got funding for various projects. We have Hudson Days, which generates about $400 or $500. I found out you can't even buy the pipe for the benches on that, but everybody's been and we've been reaching out. Fremont, the city rec board or Fremont County rec board has funded some of the equipment we have. We have 1 or 2 pieces in place right now. Working with Black Hills Energy to fund the barbecue. I don't know. We've got about 5 activities that the town participates in the town. We have Hudson Days, we have a Labor Day celebration, we have an Easter egg hunt, and those things would use the barbecue that's available when we put it in. You know, right now, it's amazing to me what gets feet and walks. So, you know, trying to make it so the stuff doesn't walk away.
Thank you.
Other question?
Okay. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Karen or Noel or Julie? Bueller?
Okay, Karen will do this again, one more time with my Red Bull. So the next project is from Niobrara County. They're requesting $268,084 for a community enhancement grant. This is for improvements to upgrade and enhance the aging Niobrara County Fairgrounds main building. This building was constructed in 1947 and has acted as a hub for educational programming, major social functions such as weddings, funerals, and high school graduations, and also serves as a county emergency shelter and emergency evacuation site for the Wyoming Women's Center. The last major renovations to the building were completed in 1997. But this project here, there's a little bit of background history as well. You remember Lusk when they had the flooding. This facility served as their main evacuation center for the flooding. So you understand that, you know, a lot of that community was kind of disjointed from the floods. So this was their facility to go to. The main building, the fairgrounds, is used 325 days a year, and frequently with other events happening, there's they have their, oh, I can't remember the kids, the FFA or FHA or whatever, the kids functions that come on Fridays that they always provide, huh?
4-H.
4-H, sorry, 4-H. But yeah, but that's still the 4-H kids, because they have a 4-day school week. So they have Fridays off. So they provide programs for the students from 8 till noon on every Friday. Some, you know, some of it could be homework assignments, somewhere it could be different kind of activities. So this is a fully functioning facility for the community. Some of the community goals here for this is to help decrease the annual usage of electricity costs by about $1,500, which, kind of tapping onto that they received 2 grants from the Energy Office. One was for the LED lighting upgrades, and the other one is for HVAC system upgrades too. So this could be kind of a partnership of funding and part of the matching for this project. So that in turn will help them decrease their natural gas uses, 1,900 to 2,000 annually, increase the use of the facility by attracting the activities and events, like 10 events per year. And right now, when we went and did the site visit, that their facility is kind of tied up except for 2 weekends out of this entire upcoming this season. So it is definitely a highly sought after and highly used facility for the community. As the funding sources, of course, I had mentioned the energy grant funds, and then the matches from other sources from the Niobrara County Fairgrounds Operation and Maintenance Account and the Fairgrounds Overhead and Maintenance Funds. And it's managed by the Niobrara County Commissioners, and that's totaling about $32,000. And of course, the other 2 grants too, which is about another $35,000. Staff is recommending funding as requested, and we do have representatives here on behalf to say hello or answer any questions that you may have.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Pat Wade. I'm the chairman of the Niobrara County Commissioners. It is important to understand this is our community center we're talking about, even though it's under the name of the Niobrara County Fairgrounds. It's our community center. It's what serves us like what this building is serving this community. And right now, with where we're at in our building, it would be really difficult for us to host a meeting like you're in here right now. The room that we have, we've got a room that's plenty sizable. The heating, the building, that part of the building was built in 1947. And I can't say that it has 1947 heating, but it's close. I can say it has 1947 air conditioning. I can say that without any doubt. But it makes it difficult for us to attract this sort of a meeting. And it makes it really difficult for us to attract it a second time because people, it just does not work well. We have worked really hard as a county to maintain and keep that building up just because it is so important. I've been a commissioner for 5 years now, and in that amount of time, we've replaced a floor in the big part of the building, which was about $125,000 project. We've upgraded some wiring, had wiring that was getting to the point we didn't feel it was safe. We've tried, we really have. It's just to the point that the age of the building is to where it's needing some work. And, we'd really like to be able to host these kind of events, and it's just getting more and more difficult for us to do that. So with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions. We've got a sizable group here that made the trek all the way up here, which I hope shows how important it is to our community.
Would you like to introduce them? I'll have to speak. It's okay. We just want to know your names.
I'd love to have them speak. Denise Smith with Extension Service. Aaron Smith is the Fair Board Secretary. Tandy Dockery, next to her, is the Fair Board Chairman. Corky Fozier is my neighbor. He is on the Fair Board, and John Midkiff is another county commissioner. So as you can see, it's important to us. So we really appreciate your consideration on this.
Thank you all for making the trip. We appreciate it. Board members, questions? John?
Yeah, one of the aspects of this is that you've got cost savings coming in with the improvements that you'd make out of that. Are those funds significant enough for you to do anything else in your community? How would they be redirected? I know that's kind of a leading question, but I was curious what your thoughts might be in that regards.
Well, I guess I'm not sure what you're asking.
So you got some cost savings in the energy upgrades and the HVAC and the electrical, some of the things that you're doing to improve this building. Would they be significant enough in your own mind to be able to provide future projects? What would you do with that cost savings? You know, how would you kind of pay that forward?
As the Fair Board, we have a continual list of improvements that we could be making to the facility. We have replaced a lot of the lights so far to LED. We still have several buildings that we could continue that work on and hopefully generate some more savings. We are in the process of building a livestock pavilion to better serve our livestock shows at fair, plus use that for weddings and other outdoor events. So we need some more work done on that, some electrical work and that kind of stuff. So our list is huge and we just keep adding to the bottom and checking off what we can pay for as we go along. So did I leave anything out? Okay.
Thank you.
And I would add to that a little bit, like with that pavilion that's being built. It's being built with money that was provided by a pipeline company that came through our area. So those kind of improvements are just really difficult for us as a county to do that. Our budget is so small. We call ourselves the third world county. So
I've heard that before.
I know.
First, an observation. I was in your position as a county commissioner years ago, and we held one of our quarterly meetings in Lusk at that facility. I did warm up a few days later, I will tell you. With that, these additions and what you plan on doing, how is that going to relate to bringing in business, satisfying the businesses you have, giving them some economic development opportunities? What does this building mean to you as far as economic development?
well, the one thing I would say right off is anytime that we can attract outside people coming to our community for a meeting such as this, it helps all of our restaurants, motels. You know, that's the obvious thing in my mind. We just need reasons to draw people to our community. Our normal economy or our driving force in Niobrara County is agriculture. And so that doesn't change that much. We need these other things to come in and help us in other ways, just to help our community stay viable. And, you know, the fairgrounds facility is, it's very important as our identity as a community, I think. When we start losing those sorts of facilities and don't keep them up, as someone new comes to the community and looks, you know, whether they're looking at moving there or considering a business, if we don't have some of those core things there, you know, to show why that we're still the heartbeat's still going in the community, then it makes it just harder for us.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mike?
Yep. Could you speak a little bit to its use as the emergency shelter? I think Julie touched on that for during the flood or.
Yeah, it is our designated community shelter. And so it saw significant use in the flood. It was command center for all the relief activities. It's also the shelter for the Wyoming Women's Center. And so as we're looking at these improvements, a lot of it's, you know, when you improve one thing, there's other things that come along with it. And that's part of what's driving this. You know, where we want to improve the heat and the air conditioning to make it to where it's usable in the hottest of weather. Then it becomes obvious that our not big enough. And then goes on to show us that maybe our wiring isn't adequate to run those things. And so that's, you know, we've all been around those projects. It seems to grow when you really start digging into it. But yeah, it's been used and continues to be used as our designated emergency shelter.
Thanks.
And not only during the flood, but we have like all of Wyoming major winter storms. And so we house people not on a real regular basis, but if the roads close, we've had people stay there 2 or 3 nights. And we do have one of the only commercial kitchens in Niobrara County so that they can actually feed people that are being housed there. We've never had to have a real evacuation of the Women's Center inmates. They've had practiced ones, and they bring all of the inmates from the Women's Center to our facility and house them for a day and feed them there and make sure that all that is going to work without a hitch in case something ever would happen at the prison. So it is an essential function for them as well.
Other questions? Pam, you look like you might have a question.
Well, Madam Chair. Just a thought or maybe an observation, and maybe you guys are already doing this, that commercial kitchen, all of a sudden the light went off on my head. Are you using that for economic development and letting startup businesses and, you know, just pulling that out of you, that there's that seed that's there that could be used and expanded?
As Pat said, any community function that happens in Lusk that involves more than 10 people happens at the fairgrounds because we are the only building. So we have several local caterers that use our facility on a regular basis to serve meals to conventions or to fundraising opportunities. They also rent that kitchen for other functions that maybe they're serving off site. So we do that with our commercial kitchen, and our 4-H kids run a honey business. So that is used to extract all of their honey, which then they sell. So it is used for several different functions. We have a lot of cooking classes that happen there through 4-H or through extension. So it's a pretty used facility.
Thank you very much.
Talk to us a little bit about I see your goals. Your community has set your goals, and the third one down, increase the facility usage by attracting activities and events by 10 more per year. So what kind of things are you looking to attract? And what does that generate?
We're hoping the business council will come see when it's all done and see how we put your money to good use. One thing that is just called, and we're hosting this coming weekend, is a Quilt Till You Wilt retreat that brings quilters from Nebraska, South Dakota, Montana, Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming. And they'll probably have 75 quilters there. And they all have to stay in a hotel. They'll all eat meals. They'll all buy gas. So that's one that's a new one that's coming in. So we hope the county commissioners will come back and hold a state meeting with real heat. And, you know, so we're going to have to do some advertising probably that we've upgraded our facilities and that we're wanting people to come. But I think And you're right, it is days before you warm up. And if we do turn the heat on, you can't hear what's happening. So we're
Have some
hoping to
quilts,
have
though.
heat and hearing all at one time.
Hang on to some of those quilts and we'll be all right.
Or we'll have them leave their quilts and everybody can wrap up in a quilt. But I think some of those more regional events, maybe we are close to Nebraska and South Dakota. And so hopefully we can attract some people to come to Lusk.
So I live up in Sundance, so I get to drive through occasionally, especially if I'm coming to Cheyenne. But I remember a discussion, and this goes to your quilt to your wilt thing, about the quilting store in your town being something of a big deal.
It's a big deal.
And I think that that's really kind of economic development, obviously. Could you talk about how that has grown and what that means to the community and how it kind of ties into your quilt to your wilt?
Well, our quilt store kind of got the first notoriety during the flood because they took every flooded bolt of fabric and put it out on our city park and unrolled it. And then somebody took a picture from above and it was a park full of fabric. And so that was their first notoriety. And right now they're up for a national award that they will find out in May if they win. One of the, and I can't remember the exact name of the, Better Homes and Gardens Best Quilt Store in the country. So it is huge and people come from everywhere and their online business is like astounding. They ship internationally. Erin is a quilter, so she knows all this, but they ship internationally every day, they say. And so it has brought a ton of people into Lusk, and they do the quilt where you go from the quilt hop shop or shop hops, where you go from quilt shop to quilt shop all over the country. So they go to Nebraska, South Dakota, Colorado, Wyoming, everywhere. And every quilt store has their own quilt block and it's huge. So it has been a huge economic boost to our community. And we work closely with them through our 4-H programs. And so I think with them, we can hopefully build other avenues of revenue. So
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, you guys. We really, really appreciate it. Was there any more questions?
No,
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, last project. The town of Evansville is requesting a $35,000 planning grant to hire a planning consultant to develop a comprehensive community plan. The plan will be used to guide the town's preparation of a balanced economic and community development strategy involving the town's physical, environmental, and social conditions. The last community development plan for the town was created in 2005. The town was diligent in following that plan and can point to the successful completion of numerous goals and objectives. Some of the notable strategies that they implemented over the past few years were adopting codes and ordinances to match community goals, development and construction of a community center, which they do have, and it's a really nice community center. Development of a code enforcement process, construction of new pathways and sidewalks, construction of a new town maintenance facility. They can point to many items that they have accomplished from that 2005 plan. It's been 15 years since that last plan was completed. Community leaders want the town to take a more modern approach to community development as it seeks to increase opportunities for growth for existing businesses, attracting new businesses, providing for employment opportunities, providing local employment to the area's workforce, and inventorying existing housing stock and future housing needs. The town of Evansville will conduct a thorough public input process to create the framework for making important decisions while guiding the town's growth and development for the next 30 years. The total project cost is $46,667. These costs were developed based upon actual costs of similar plans prepared for the towns of Barnett and Mills, so similar sized communities. The town of Evansville is providing a 25% cash match from their reserve funds. Staff recommends funding up to $35,000. We have also recommended to the town to complete a community review, formerly known as our community assessment, provided through our rural development manager, Kim Porter. And so they are working on getting that scheduled with her, and doing that might help result in some cost savings. So that's why we are recommending up to $35,000 with the potential that it could be less based on cost savings of a community review. We do have 3 people from Evansville on the call, Brad Miskimmons, Scott Radden, the town planner, and Janelle Underwood, the town clerk. So if you have any questions, they can answer, and we're also happy to answer as well.
Questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for joining us by phone, folks.
Thank you.
All right,
There you go.
we finally made it through all the presentations. So before we start our discussion and our decision-making, Josh, do you have any words for us?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Co-Chair. I really appreciate it. And I just want to talk a little bit about what I've observed. This is my first time in this situation, and want to talk about what I've observed, is also talk a little bit about how we have come to this point and what this really kind of means. You know, I think it's very clear that not only does the community development group really care about the communities that they're working for, but it's really clear that the businesses and the communities that have made an appearance today and talked about their projects also really care. And also it means a lot. And so we take that very, very seriously. And it's important to us to hear those thoughts. And you know, I think one of the things that you probably have noticed if you watch that entire section of the agenda, you notice that there's been some pretty spirited conversation, some questions, and some pointing to our strategy. One of the things that I want to clear up is that the strategy that we're talking about is not the strategy of the Wyoming Business Council. It really is the strategy of the economy of the state of Wyoming. And it's something that is important for us to tie things back to and help people understand how important it is that these projects do tie back to that strategy, because it's much more challenging as the Wyoming Business Council to invest when there isn't a tie to that, because we do believe in it. We've worked hard to do it. We're also facing a number of challenges from a revenue standpoint within the state. And I think that that's something that we cannot ignore. And it's something that the Wyoming Business Council is going to really look hard at. And I think you've seen that from the questions that we're asking about revenue recapture, about some of the numbers that we're asking about. It's really, really important to us to make sure that the money that we provide is seen as an investment in the state. And that's something that can be quantified in many different ways. But again, I think you've seen that we're going to be asking those questions. We're also going to be, and you probably heard these questions about other funding tools that might be available to you. There are other funding tools out there, and we don't necessarily want to say, no, we don't like your project. What we're saying is that it may not be a fit for what we can do for you. However, there are other funding sources out there. This is a bit of a transition for us. Our team has been out in the field working diligently with you and bringing you along. And it's a tough challenge for them because the rules are changing, right? The budgets are shrinking. It's going to happen. And so we've got to be very careful about that. And so as you think about traditionally projects that we might have funded versus projects that we'll fund in the future, things are going to change. And it's a transitional time, which can be challenging, but I think we need to recognize it and continue to move forward. Another thing that you might have noticed, and it's something that I noticed that's important, is that we're going to ask tough questions. If we don't ask questions as a board and our board members don't ask tough questions of the projects, we're not doing our job as stewards of state money. We're not doing our job to make sure that we're investing in the best possible things to move the needle economically. And so we're going to continue to ask tough questions. Again, it's not because we're angry. It's not because we don't think your project is great. It's because we want to make sure that we're making the best choices we can with the state money. And we want to make sure that we're investing in communities and in businesses that have taken it very seriously, know the answers and are looking ahead at how they're going to use that money. And so I want to make sure that everybody kind of understands that frame up and understand where we are and realizes that, you know, we are an organization that wants to help improve Wyoming's economy. We are an institution that is really working hard to do that out in the field and of course with our board meeting. And I think every board member, I'll go ahead and speak for them. I think I can. They all take this very, very seriously. They all want to see Wyoming's economy prosper. And we all have a different approach. We all have different thoughts. And as we come together as a board, I think that diversity in our board really helps us make great decisions. And so that just to kind of frame up the next discussion, I think that's really important to just take a look and think about that in a bigger context of the state of Wyoming and where we're going to be in the next few years. So, you know, thanks for letting me have a few minutes to talk, and thanks for everyone for participating in the discussion so far. I think it's been very, very helpful for me, and I'm sure, and I hope it's been very, very helpful for everyone involved. So, thank you.
Absolutely. And it has. This has been just like sitting around the board table in a business.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. So, okay, we've got the Laramie County Project Innovive, and we have a grant request for $3 million and a loan request for $3 million. Are there any motions? Okay. What's that? If there's no, okay, I'm just gonna say, this is my weakness, the rules of order in this. If there is no motion, help me here. Does it die?
It does.
Okay,
Request dies for lack of a motion.
okay, thank you. I really need to read Robert's Rules of Order. I really do, before next year.
It's the only reason
Okay.
you kept me around.
That's right. Either that or I would be texting you,
Yeah.
asking that question. Okay, with no motion on the floor, what's that? Oh, no, he just answered my rules question. So that project dies. Let's move forward to Converse County. Any motion on Converse County? Hearing none. Any discussion?
I just to comment on that one, you know, while many of the components of that feel like they're in line with things we've typically done, it just feels like it's not fully baked to me. Like I just couldn't see the path forward as a fully baked strategy. You know, I see the potentials, absolutely, 100% see the potential, but it's not the kind of thing you can really put money towards until it feels like it's a little more baked. So that was just something I thought I'd share.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, that one will also die on the floor. Let's talk about the town of Sinclair. Any motion? Any discussion?
We desperately need, Madam Chair, we desperately need a mechanism to restore the infrastructure or historic infrastructure or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it. We desperately need it in the state. I mean, there's 4 projects on here I think you could argue are just that, and we get them every time. The challenge we have is I just don't think we have we're not scored on that, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we're not scored on how well we fix up buildings. And so that's a hard thing for us. So right now, we're just not that mechanism. I don't know what that mechanism is, and I'd love to be it, but it's a hard thing. So, because you want to, you know, I just want to put a hard hat on and help them. But right now it's like, I don't know.
Thank you, Jason. Okay. Moving on, town of Hudson. Any motions? Tough crowd today. Okay. Niobrara County.
Madam Chair, I would move to, for approval on Niobrara County's request.
Out second.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Jason. And your motion, and this is brand new, so we motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Then approve.
So
I
got it.
My motion, if I may, and my second to request the approval of Niobrara County as submitted by the staff.
Perfect.
Second.
Jason, amend your second. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Evansville Community Planning Development. Is there a motion on the floor?
I would make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
for the Evansville project.
Second by John, motion by Ron. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you from the communities who came to be with us today. Thank you from the staff. Thank you from the board and the very in-depth discussion. We appreciate it. Back to you.
Okay. I guess I would just like to make some closing remarks on that. First of all, kudos to the board for, I think, being very courageous and maybe we've talked about our strategy for a year now. I've been in countless meetings with legislators, the governor, others, talking about where we're headed with the strategy. And up until this day, that has been talk. And the board came together today and made some serious, had some serious conversations. And I think we would all agree that many of the projects that we passed on today could actually be redone through the lens of economic development, and with a little work, maybe be the kind of thing that would make us very excited and something that we could support. That's just not how the chips laid out today. So we just want to thank the board for having courage, and also would want to thank Josh for his leadership. So thank you. And with that, we'll move on to the broadband council update.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Sorry.
As it's Ryan's first board meeting as well, and first broadband council report, I wanted to welcome you, Ryan. So thanks for coming. And just I'll say a few words. You know, Ryan has a really interesting background in broadband. He comes from the broadband mecca of Bags, Wyoming. And what I'll say about that is that, you know, Ryan also has a huge telecom background and really understands the industry. And one of the great things about that for the business council is that when you understand an industry, you know how it works and you know how to make it work. And so not only does he have the rural side of the equation, I think he has the industry background. And, you know, so far I've seen him really help to understand the needs of rural communities and communities around Wyoming, as well as the needs of, because they definitely need to work together. And so, you know, thanks, Ryan, and we're looking forward to your report. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as the board updates goes, I know there was concern as the previous broadband coordinator was transitioning out. to keep momentum. And I think there was some loss there, but after the last board meeting, we're in the process of getting that put together and then getting it shaped to move forward. Getting it shaped to move forward in a similar but progressive direction as well. There were some things that were completed that needed to be moved off the table, some other things in awareness that needed to bring onto the table, and the board was able to address that. They appointed chair and vice chair of our board to help us with the continuity of information. There's a lot of information across the industry, and it's easy to get lost at any time. We also realigned into 5 committees to help guide the council through the council and myself through the process. The updates I gave the council are one concern has been the grant application. As we know, 2018, there was $10 million set aside to help build the broadband across Wyoming. As of this date, we still have not moved any of that money onto the ground to proceed, to help the communities. That is, our largest goal right now. We have to go back and address the processes. The first of which is the request for proposals as outlined in statute. The current application form does not have the provisioning describing this required request for proposal, and we're working currently with the AG's office to develop that. In addition was a quantitative weighting and scoring system. Neither system had been developed for the equitable asset of the broadband development program. We're currently looking at various broadband grant programs that use a similar scoring system that we can compile and ultimately use to Wyoming's advantage to help score the applications as they come in. The other one was a proposed geographic broadband service area. They are due to that, statute requires that we produce a map within 3 days of the application, and it gets published on our website. A process that hasn't been matured yet either. So we're working on that. These 3 key points, my ambitious goal is to have these completed and send back to the Broadband Council and to the Business Council by the end of March. We need these in place to where we can move forward with our funding. I made a request of the Broadband Council to retain the right to special meetings just to address these items. I'll make the similar request to the Business Council as we're trying to move this forward. We may need the approval and the acceptance of these rules and of these systems from the council as determined. So I want to put that request out there. We also have, as the Business Council, under statute 912-1506, we have the provisions to ensure that adequate consideration is provided, and we can make additional rules. So if there's any, these will come into play as we move forward through the process on the systems and proposals. To if there's any additional rulemaking that needs to be made to address the needs of Wyoming, then we'll bring that to the table as well. So that's the large part of the grant program. So are there any questions on that side of things? I'll make the rest of this quick. Sorry.
This is back to the chair.
Who's in charge?
We're looking right, I know. Who's in charge?
Do we have any questions?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Aaron?
Ryan, can you, so it sounds like ETA basically on the rules. I know you and Julie and team have been working very hard to get those done. I know there's some applications, 3 of them, I think, right? 2, just 2, okay, that are sitting on the table waiting for those to be done.
Right, they have been, those applications, the applicants have been addressed as to some of the problems with the applications and process as well. We're working with those, and then we're working with those 2 applicants once we get the rules formulated as to how to move forward. And then the applicants, the Navajo Tribal Industries, and then
I believe it's Albany County, they will have the opportunity then to follow through. It may change the outlook of theirs, but follow the process that we need to have in place in order to meet the legislation.
Okay, any other questions?
I do have a little bit of update if just for the board. Excuse me. In the past 7 weeks, I'm going to just cover quickly a regional updates in Crook County. We were able to, I was up there the second week to provide support to requests up there from the commissioners and also provide provider support. They currently provide in our state, but they're not aware of the rules and stuff as it relates to the grant program and then possible potential build out in Wyoming. So just was able to provide them with some information as well. Made a trip down to Tri-County as a Goshen, Platte, and Niobrara to help them assess kind of the needs of the area and what that looks like. Was also, this meeting was participated with local government as well as providers. And they were able to give an overview of kind of the area and what the needs and requirements will be. Made a trip up to South Central area, met with Wind River Internet, and I discussed with them their application and what was able to go out and visit their area, see what they're doing for their coverage area. And then likewise with Lander EDU in Fremont County. And during this week, since I've been up here, I've met with Shell and a provider in the area as well. On top of that, I do want to thank Patrick with Wind River Internet for allowing Marcio to know about Chairman Pai's visit. It was his information that was provided through Marcio that we were able to piggyback on his visit, and the governor's office, the business council, all of their staff, all of our staff have worked really hard to build that together. So when Chairman Pai was in Cheyenne, we were able to kind of show him Wyoming as well. In addition to that, it was a wonderful time because while he was here, I was able to leave and go to DC. At that point, I was able to meet with the Pew Foundation and the NTIA and see the federal side of what's coming down as far as grants, requirements, and what work is being done on the federal level as far as the state broadband programs. As addition, took the opportunity to visit Senator Enzi and Barassel's office while I was there. Ben, if you'd bring up that letter, please. Because of that visit to DC, as they were able, I met with Wyden's and Enzi staff to help support broadband across Wyoming and how the legislation on the federal level may or may not support us. So they, because of that contact, 2 days later, they were able to reach out and provide a request for information in relation to Senator Wyden, who's a Democrat from Oregon, letter to the USDA requesting support from Barassel's office for the USDA's Reconnect program. The FCC CAF 2903 reverse auction awarded satellite service as a consideration for coverage. The USDA does not consider satellite service to be adequate for rural use and has published opinions to this fact, yet created a large portion of Wyoming ineligible because of some of the rulemaking. We're able to provide this information in regard to ineligible satellite areas to Senators Barrasso and Enzi to sign on to Senator Warren's letter to the USDA. Update since this was released, Barassel's office did confirm that this letter opened significant channels into the USDA and how to kind of address some of the situations. And in light of that, if, watching the broadband situation on the federal level, the FCC, when they were here, is about the same time they announced a $20.4 billion program called the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, known as RDOF in our world. And with that, it's to build out. However, there are instances inside of that legislation that are very limiting to not only the state and the satellite instances, but also to our own broadband program. So currently there are multiple states that have already issued letters to the FCC. We've been asked, and I've reviewed to be on, honestly, to sign on to several of them, but made the decision yesterday, and I let both Barrasso and Enzi's office know that I think it will be in Wyoming's best interest to address our own letter kind of across the board. So that's something that we're moving forward with as well, in addition to reaching out to the communities and providers around the state to improve broadband as we move forward. So.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just think it's really important to call out Ryan's contribution in this, in working with the senator's offices. This is definitely a big thing, and Alan can certainly attest to this, that Wyoming got slapped under this umbrella of satellite service is sufficient for us. And it has a lot of drawbacks, and it meant that a lot of our federal funding was inaccessible because of that designation. And so his ability to come on as a very newbie and work with those offices and get this moved, I think is a huge thing for the state of Wyoming. And, you know, major applause to him in making that happen and recognizing that need and jumping on board for that. I think too, Ryan, if you could just elaborate a little bit. I think while there's conversation, right, and certainly the legislature, as we've been going through session, has maybe had some discussion around this, that the projects haven't been funded with the grant funding. However, I would say that with the legislation that is passed and Ryan's position coming on board and the conversations that have been had in the communities and the attention that's been given to broadband across Wyoming, there's a lot going on this topic, and a lot of actually what we want to see in the state, which is private companies investing in some of these communities and growing their networks and trying to find solutions for very difficult problems. And while we're not all the way where we should be, we've certainly made some big strides, I would say, in the last 2 years. And so, Ryan, I just ask if, you know, what you feel comfortable elaborating on at this point in time, just as it relates to that, because I think that's a huge success inside of itself.
I think overall is I think how to answer well, sorry. I guess the larger part of the private enterprise providing what we need, we have a horrible problem right now identifying. It's just similar to your task as a council to identify economic development, you know, areas or projects, etc. We have broadband has the same issue across the state. However, right now it's me and 11 other people trying to show or listen or figure out where we can go, what we can do. And there's no identifiable features. Neighboring states, in fact, one of my advisory committee members said it best, is one of our neighboring states has the application out there to where a provider can actually go on the internet, pull up a map, and simply identify lacking areas just from a map. And then they can target their funding and their resources to help grow their business and also help meet the needs of people. And that is one avenue that I am bringing to the table, and the council, my predecessor, did a wonderful job developing the map we do have. However, I'm working with the providers, and I've actually gotten verbal commitment from most everyone at this point for them to provide the information to my office, of which some will be public, some will be private, and it will help us to identify those areas. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. And I would say that there's providers across the state. So Silver Star, All West, ACT, Visionary, that have also in the last year done some expansions and have really identified areas in which they've started it, as well as identified areas in which they're going to continue. So I guess what I would say is I feel that even though we don't have any grant applications funded at this point, it hasn't been a loss in terms of the amount of effort and the movement that the state of Wyoming is making for broadband. And I think there's some really healthy things coming out in terms of private development and public-private partnerships to get some of these done. And it's exciting to see that and to have that on the table and for that to be moving forward. And I just think that it's really important to recognize those successes.
Well, and let's clarify, results with us not spending dollars, that's huge. Right. I love that kind of stuff at the bank. So yeah, that's a great thing.
And to that, and to that resolve, because this position was created in 2018 with the legislation, that, and exactly what Chairwoman Moore was saying was the, just the fact of having the position here to have the visibility across the state and just be able to make some of the solutions with a simple phone call has been a reality for parts of the state. So it's been very, very successful so far, even though we still have $10 million in the bank.
I just want to make a comment and commend you as well, Ryan. You've caught the tiger by the tail quickly, and I think you're assimilating very rapidly. As you can see, having been in the seat a short time, that we have a lot of challenges in this area, but I really feel you're doing a great job. The satellite issue has been particularly problematic, I think, for the state. And we had an area that we were serving. It had one customer that was in the map that was shown as satellite, but it completely disadvantaged the whole area around it because of that single customer. So it just was not friendly to broadband in this state. So great job. So appreciate your work in DC and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ryan? Okay. Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next item on the agenda is our operations update. No, PB&A, sorry. Just kidding.
And I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Lindsay didn't travel today, but she's on the line. So I believe she's listening to all of us and will be able to weigh in on questions. So if you'll go to page C8 and 9 of your board books, our Q2 financial update is available there. As a reminder, Q2 takes us through December 31st, and that was halfway through our fiscal year 2020, which is the second year of our 1920 biennium. So we are 3/4 of the way through the biennium with this report view. The fiscal year budget optimum for this quarter is 50%. The general fund budget utilization for the first quarter came in at 69%, which is up from the first quarter utilization, which was 63%. The utilization overage is due to the encumbrances, as our total general fund encumbrances as of 12/31/2019 were $31.5 million. The Business Ready Communities unit has a budget utilization of 71%. Again, you can see large encumbrances here. This is broken down by $20.5 million encumbered for grants and about $8 million in loans. We do encumber as projects are awarded by SLIB. So given the timing that this report covers through December 31st, the Rock Springs and the CETA awards that were handled earlier this year are not included in these numbers yet. They were just encumbered in early January. Any questions on general fund numbers? Okay, moving on to the federal funds portion of our budget. Overall, our federal funds are right at 40%, which is slightly under the optimum. The program that is throwing that off a little bit, as you can see, is the state energy program. There are a large number of encumbrances of $370,000 in there. $340,000 of this are for energy efficiency grants for businesses, and the remaining $30,000 is a contract with the Wyoming Infrastructure Authority. That's in preparation for as we transfer that program over to them at the end of this fiscal year. Moving down to the agency funds, we're at 36% of our budgeted amounts. The Wyoming Business Council Fund and the Rural Rehabilitation Fund are over the 50% optimum. Available cash for the Economic Loan Development Fund at as of 12/31 was 7.4 million. Through 12/31, we received 813,000 in principal and payments. The Wyoming Business Council Fund has an available cash balance of 206,000, and year-to-date receipts are at $6,786. Rural Rehabilitation has 4.55 million in available cash. If you look over at the loans receivable, which is in the upper top right of your page, you will see that our net loans receivable balance is 21.39 million. Through December 31st, we received 1.5 million in principal and interest payments. On the following page, you will see the mix of our budgeted expenditures. This has not changed since our quarter one. 49% of our fiscal year budget is for loans and BRC and the Economic Development Fund. 40% of the budget is for grants, primarily BRC grants. Below that area is the line item expenditure summary showing our actual expenses and encumbrances coming in compared to the budget by type of expenditure. Our support services, grants, and professional services are over the 50% optimum, but again, that's because of encumbrances for things like already budgeting for audits, Salesforce subscription payments, other items. So Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Chair, that's the presentation of the Q2 financials. I'll stand for questions, and we also have Lindsay, our accounting manager, on the line for questions as well.
Do we have any questions from the board? Would entertain a motion to accept the financials?
So moved.
We have a motion by Ron. Is there a second?
Second.
That was a tie. You can call it, Warren.
Or a race.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing those, all those in favor of accepting the financials, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Financials approved. Next item now. Go to the field operations update.
Good afternoon again. Sorry, Mike. Thank you, members of the board, for having us all here to give an update. So we all figured we'd come up at the same time to save a minute or two. Anyway, I'm Heather Tepper. I'm the Southeast Regional Director for the Wyoming Business Council. I represent Albany, Carbon, Goshen, and Laramie County. I'm also going to give a quick update from the Western region. Elena Zempel was headed out to a trip with her daughter, so is unable to be here with us. She's headed to Ireland, so please all feel sorry for her. Elena represents Teton, Utah, Sublette, and Lincoln, and just asked that I give a quick update on what's going on in Kemmerer. As I think most of you know, last year, Rocky Mountain Power announced that they would be prematurely closing the Naughton power plants 1 and 2 by 2025. And then that number 3 would be converted to a natural gas plant. Recently, the Public Service Commission has announced an investigation into that integrated resource plan that Rocky Mountain Power had referenced in their reason for closing. So that's kind of an interesting twist on that. However, the city of Kemmerer and Lincoln County are still working on what their next steps are going to be, assuming that those closures go through as planned. The county, the community of Kemmerer, and the South Lincoln EDC, as well as the state, all contributed to apply for an EDA grant, which they were awarded. That grant is to pay for conduction of a diversification study, as well as to hire an impact manager to investigate opportunities that could help mitigate the loss of potentially up to 400 jobs in that community. So that will be the power plants, the 2 power plants, plus the mine that actually provides supply to those power plants. So it's a potential giant job loss in the community. The response to the RFP from that community actually yielded 11 proposals, and the diversification study was awarded to Global Location Strategies from South Carolina. So they are moving forward with that. They've developed the RFP for the impact manager, and we'll hopefully get that out soon as well. Everything that's going on there is being overseen by, it's called the Kemmer Area Diversification Committee, and representatives from the mine, power plant, ExxonMobil, the county, the city of Kemmer, and South Lincoln County EDC are all part of that. So there's a lot of involvement from all of the participants in that area to help see that community and their economy continue to move forward. Elena's been heavily involved in facilitating a lot of that until they actually do hire that impact manager, just so that they have somebody to kind of help keep them moving forward. So if you have any questions, Elena will be back in 2 weeks and you can ask her. But that's what I know for right now. Next week, they do have a meeting in Kemmer that I believe Kim is going to attend in Elena's place, because they needed somebody there to at least be able to explain the role of the business council in that community. So we're going to make sure that we cover for Elena there and help to that diversification study group see that piece of it as well. For updates from my communities, I just have a few from each of the counties. In Albany County, the city of Laramie recently completed and adopted work on a development plan for their economic development section in the community development plan. It's a 5 to 10 year plan. It brought together all the partners in the community. So LCBA, which is the Chamber Business Alliance, the Main Street Visitor Bureau, UW, LCCC, WyoTech. It lays out goals, objectives, and measures on moving forward with different economic development strategies for the community and how all those players come together, outlining in each of those initiatives. One of the partners is kind of the lead, and then others are participating. So it's the first effort in Laramie to bring all those groups together and kind of get them focused on everyone tracking in the same direction. And it's based a lot on input from the community. So it'll be an interesting plan to follow. The next steps, they're going to select subcommittee chairs to then pick up each of those individual committees and move them forward. Laramie Main Street was one of 3 communities nationwide, so elected by Brookings Institute to be highlighted in a place-based study focusing on small business development and entrepreneurship strategies. The purpose of the overall study is to understand the impact of the strategies on economic, physical, social, civic outcomes in the community. So right now they're doing some focus groups and individual interviews with different stakeholders in the community and people who've been involved with the Laramie Main Street, and then they'll come back with a study and examples, best practices, and maybe some strategies moving forward. It'll be used on a nationwide basis as an example of a successful community approach to both of those things. Carbon County, we still see some transition in leadership there, local chambers and EDOs. Going forward, it's an opportunity for everyone to come together to work on kind of a new approach to economic development for that county. So there's some exciting things happen there. We just need to get everybody in place and settled in place. The DDA Main Street was able to finally announce that they completed their financing and all of their fundraising for their splash pad. So that's been an exciting kind of a long-term goal of theirs, and that will be opening this summer. I feel a little weird giving you this update when Pam is sitting there, but it's not because Pam's there. It's very exciting. They are also working on creating a better, building better businesses program to offer resources to existing and potential businesses that are downtown and in the community as a whole, as a way to address some of those business growth, succession planning, all those kind of different needs. And also, something I think interesting to mention, the DDA is considering the sale of the Rainbow Teton building, which is a building that was funded by the Business Council several years ago. It's been their entrepreneur and service kind of area. They have an opportunity potentially to sell it and invest in another building downtown to help revitalize another property in the downtown. In Goshen County, their Main Street program is actually considered an aspiring community, which means they haven't completed all of the requirements to move forward as either an affiliate or certified. They are exploring ways to work towards that certified, and one of the opportunities they have is to have the National Main Street Center come in and do some work with them to identify a plan that will help move all those communities forward in a countywide effort as a main street. It's a different sort of challenge than some of our main streets face because they are trying to bring several communities together and focus on those main street, that main street approach. So the National Main Street Center will hopefully help them write a plan that will get that moving forward to the next level. As Josh Keefe mentioned earlier, he has been working diligently to close those loans, but 37 loans to the growers in Goshen County. And an exciting piece of news, on March 19th, they are going to host a groundbreaking on the Evergreen Plaza in Torrington. Evergreen Plaza is the assisted living facility that was funded by this group, I think in the fall of 2018. So there was a few bumps in the road, but we have a groundbreaking plan, which means we have a contractor and things are going to start moving. So very excited to see that project get up and going. And then finally, Laramie County, also a story of transition, a little bit even broader. So our Visitor Bureau hired a new director last fall. Dominic Bravo is now in that position. You all may remember Dominic from State Parks, Outdoor Recreation. The DDA there hired a new director. She started in February. Amber Ash came on as their director. She was a former county commissioner. So brings a lot of experience in the municipal financing kind of realm, which will be interesting. Cheyenne Lead's CEO will be retiring. Randy's retiring after 22 years at the lead of that organization. His last day will be the end of March, and the new CEO will likely be announced next week. In the past couple of months, Leeds has announced relocation of 2 companies, one being Stag Arms coming from the East Coast. They are a firearms manufacturer, and after considering a dozen or so sites, they chose Cheyenne and Wyoming based on our business-friendly atmosphere, outdoor sort of recreation opportunities, and our friendliness towards that industry. So they'll bring about 15 to 20 jobs in the first phase, and that will continue to develop. They also announced the relocation of a company from Colorado, TBC Manufacturing, currently a tool and die manufacturing company who had recognized that they were struggling to find someone to outsource their heat treatment for bending their product, and recognized an opportunity that they wanted to actually bring that on themselves, but there wasn't anywhere for them to grow where they were. In addition to legislation and what they quoted as the tax agenda in their previous location, they decided that looking for a new home was a better choice. They chose Cheyenne specifically for logistics, but also because of the business-friendly environment in Wyoming. And they have currently a little 10 to 12 employees that will be part of their core of work that they've been doing, but they will add more as they bring that heat bending treatment opportunity online. So some exciting opportunities going on there. Do you guys have any questions about things that you may have heard in those counties or anything I mentioned? All right.
What's going on?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm your Northeast Regional Director, Brandy Harlow. I serve Crook, Weston, Campbell, Johnson, and Sheridan counties, so basically Sundance to Manchester on I-90. I have lots of projects going on in my region, as always: Main Street, community assessments, broadband, 2 business committed projects that are about ready to be awarded construction bids, and we'll go to construction this spring. So I wanted to take a little bit different approach to my regional report today. I want to talk a little bit about the past, the present, and the future with our recruitment project. As all of you know, it's been right at a year since Weatherby started doing their production here in Wyoming. To give you a quick background, that win for Wyoming took years and years to come in. And as most of you know, the community planned for years, infrastructure development, put in infrastructure, our recruiters courted them for years, and then our business committed grant really sealed the deal on that. So if we fast forward to today, the exciting part is their latest report, they have 78 full-time employees, a couple part-time employees, and they are slightly above their job projections that they had given us initially. The other exciting part of that is they are exploring new products and have actually opened some new product lines. They brought in Cerakoting that they couldn't do in California. They're doing it now in Sheridan. They're also manufacturing ammunition that they didn't even think about in California, and also working with a local company to do some 3D printing of their recoil pads. So that growth is just continuing to help our economy. Elena wanted me to give a quick update on SHOT Show. She attended SHOT Show about 6 years ago, and people thought about Wyoming as Yellowstone Park and didn't really consider Wyoming as a place to do business. So she actually got to travel with the WBC team this year again, and she said that the mentality has really changed. Businesses are hunting down the Wyoming folks at SHOT Show. They're interested, they're all aware that Weatherby's in Wyoming and that they want more information on Wyoming. And so the exciting part of this is it's really creating a buzz, not just for my region, but the entire state. I work closely with a lot of the local communities on their leads that actually go straight to the local economic development groups, not necessarily through the business council lead process. Recently, we've had 2 projects come in on the local level that are advanced manufacturing, but they're not gun manufacturing companies. We've got aerospace, blockchain, technology, and the list just goes on that they are interested in that area. So with that, with all the national media coverage, it's starting to pay off. It's been a really long-term project, but the momentum is really starting for us in Wyoming. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Keep rolling. Thanks.
So I do want to invite everybody to the next board meeting, May 6th and 7th in my region, Sundance. And Co-Chairman Easley has promised us that we're going to do a great job. So we hope to see all of you there.
No pressure.
No pressure. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Reitmer, and I have the East Central section of the state. So I have Natrona, Converse, Niobrara, and Platte counties. There's a lot going on, but I'm only going to touch upon a couple things today. And I have no updates from Elena, so keep it brief. First off, the Dave Johnston Power Plant in Glen Rock has been scheduled for closure in 2027. So we're just 2 years behind Kemmer. And this is pretty significant for the little town of Glen Rock, but it also impacts Casper and Douglas. A lot of people live in those communities and travel to Glen Rock. So Pacific Corps has been really good. They have reached out to the community. They've reached out to me. I've had several conversations with them. They actually had a representative in Glen Rock a couple weeks ago. They met with representatives of the economic development group there. They toured the community, and I'm told it was a really good meeting, and it was a good first step. In April, they'll have a couple more meetings scheduled with elected officials and other significant stakeholders in the community to discuss the plans and help provide support to the community of Glen Rock and Casper and Douglas. So one big project that has been announced recently, Enyo Renewable Energy has announced its Dino Solar project, and it's located just north of Casper, about a mile west of Barnum, between Barnum and the airport. It's a large utility scale solar project that will sit on more than 2,000 acres. and generate 240 megawatts of electricity. That's enough to power approximately 52,000 homes. It'll generate approximately 46.7 million in property taxes over the project's 35-year lifetime. The solar panels will be connected to each other and to an on-site substation with underground lines. I went to an open house last week, I guess it was, in Bar None, and they showed what you'll be seeing if you are in Bar None or at the airport, what you'll be seeing of these solar panels. And unless you're looking down, you're not going to see them. They don't sit up very high, they stay low, so they're really not going to be any sort of distraction in regard to view. The project will interconnect 2 substations in the Casper and Bar None area. It will go onto the Rocky Mountain Power Grid. It'll create 250 jobs during the year-long construction process and several permanent positions. The company, Enyo, is working with landowners, the town of Bar None, Natrona County, and various citizen boards as they work throughout the process. If everything goes as planned, construction will begin in the summer and be completed by late 2021. The interchange on I-25, which was funded in part by the Business Council a couple years ago, will be used extensively. And interest has been generated because of this project. We're getting a lot of companies and businesses that are looking at the business park that is actually there in Bar None. And there is a project that will be announced. I can't tell you about it now, but I can hopefully can tell you about it in May. And that will be in the business park there in Bar None. And so the last thing I wanted to talk about was the $100 million venture capital fund that Advance Casper, which is the economic development organization in Casper, Natrona County, they just announced that they're currently raising money to bring a $100 million venture capital fund to Casper, and it would establish and support a biosciences hub in downtown Casper. It's still in its conceptual stage, and the specific location in town has not yet been identified. But it would bring in between 6 and 10 companies, which would be headquartered down at the downtown campus. And the project's impact would go far beyond the biosciences field and the entire economy of Casper and Natrona County. Hopefully the state will benefit from this. They're working really hard. It's really positive. A lot of conversations going on. A lot of people have been in the community exploring it and actually visiting with the Technology Business Center there. So it's looking very positive, and continue to keep in contact with Advance Casper and keep you posted on that. And that's it for me.
Any questions for Kim? Kim, what was the name of the developer for the solar project?
Enyo Renewable Energy, ENYO.
Thank you.
And they have a website. You can go on and then tell you all about the project.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcia. I'm the South Central Region Director. My region, I added a different label for my region in a sense of better to say sorry than ask for permission. I serve the Wind River Reservation, the Fremont County, and it's Sweetwater County. That is away from Du Bois to Wind River. It's a very diverse region. We have different urban centers, if you will. And I'm working very hard to connect Lander and Riverton and Green River and Rock Springs. And then we have small communities along that region. And we have the Wind River Reservation that it's a different community that requires a different approach. I think this is the last board meeting that I can pull the card of the new regional director. So I would take advantage of that. My initial approach, it was relationship building and trust. Building trust with the local stakeholders, with the business community, with the local government, and using existing projects that maybe they belong to a past vision, a past strategic plan, to assess what is really happening in the communities. So some projects were in the pipeline already. I use them to assess what's going on in the communities. And like I just mentioned, I'm working hard to build coalitions. So Lander and Riverton have a way better chance to land a business recruiting opportunity if they present a joint proposal. The same with Green River and Rock Springs. How I'm doing this, I'm listening a lot, using active listen, trying to not give ideas or jump to conclusions. I'm using this model that's called the stereotype content model that I'm trying to be friendly, show warmth, and also technical competence, but not one another to avoid the main goal, that is building relationships. And then I'm also mentioning to the communities I serve and to the business I serve that we are shifting from a grants approach to more of a loan approach, a language that resonates a lot with the communities and with the business owners. We were maybe a foundation. Now we are moving towards a development bank or investment bank mindset. I'm using also our strategic plan, add value to core industry, leverage relationships, competencies, and activate new economic sectors to categorize the different projects that exist in the region. Just like all the directors, there are many projects. If you have any question about specific projects, I will be happy to answer, but I'm not going to go into detail. So we're trying to organize those projects in those categories. The good news I have from the field operation is we work with very stoic people, fantastic people, resilient. They are invested in their communities. We have fantastic natural resources, and we do not have a population pressure, which some people think is bad. I think it's a great deal that we don't have the population pressure. If you compare our state, 507,000 people, with the number of employees Amazon has, 750,000, of the number of employees that Walmart have, 2.2 million, I think we can have the vision that we can get everyone together in a very laser focus in moving Wyoming forward. The not so good news is that we need to change some structures in the regions that I work. I think that there is a lack of understanding of the structural and root causes of the economic problems. We work a lot with projects. We have good ideas, but there are strong root causes that most people are not able to label or identify them. And I think that they are both market and government failures, really the root cause of these problems. I think also there is a lack of quality and sophistication in some of the solutions that are proposed. I think it comes from the population, it comes from education level, it comes from the depth of industries and workforce. And we are a lot of times proposing technical solutions for very complex and dynamic problems. And I think we need to rephrase that. There are many technical problems that can be solution to be right or wrong. There's something clear to do, but there are a lot of complex and adaptive problems that we need to work with. And also one thing that is very clear from not so good news category, we have a lack of capacity in the local government, in the local business, in the local communities. There's not capacity to do a lot of different things. So I really respect when our communities come here because they're using 110% of the capacity to be here, present the project, organize that information. So we need to be aware of that. We also, in the category not so good news, I tried to list the threats. What are the threats for our local economies? Well, technology is evolving all the time. And we have a clear show of the urbanization process in the United States. Rural communities are getting less and less population. Urban centers, brain hubs, innovation centers are getting more and more. And that is a challenge. Those clusters, some people call them brain hubs, they steal talent, they steal capital, they attract other things. And it's in the horizon of another revolution, artificial intelligence and automatization, that will affect some clerical jobs in Wyoming, which are a large portion of the jobs we have here. Another threat that I think everyone that works in economic development in Wyoming know is the energy transition is happening. There are clear trends in the energy sector. There are externalities for the energy sector that are strong in Wyoming, and there is a significant shift in capital coming already have strong evidence of that. So what are the opportunities I see? Knowing what are the strengths, the good news, and some of the constraints. I think that if you focus in innovation opportunities in all three different sectors, mineral, tourism, or ag, we have opportunity to innovate in all three sectors. A good example is Governor Gordon is talking about carbon capture and decarbonization of some industries. That can affect both the mineral sector, the tourism, of the ag. And then if we lead the way, we can reap some good effects and get ahead. And then most of the opportunities we have right now, they are what I'm calling the niche markets, like data centers, remote work, people moving to Wyoming to work remotely and seeking a better quality of life. And some niche, like the firearm industry, came to Wyoming, not necessarily only because of economic proposition, because of political proposition, externality to their manufacturer. So we can explore some of those niches. The next steps I'm having in my communities is we are going to use community reviews to do assessment, alignment of purpose and focus, and keep building coalitions so we have a better chance to land big projects, develop existing business, and innovate on them. And finding solutions will be very important. And how I'm proposing to find solutions, we need to do some education and training in many stakeholders, provide them with structures that help that learning cycle of finding new solutions, and support them with specific programs. And then also build capacity. A lot of times we suggest a project or we point them in different program, and there is no capacity to go after. They are dealing with so many issues and focusing on what they already do well, that build capacity will be important. A good example is Hudson that was here. We need to do a lot of groundwork with them so they cannot drop a lot of the projects they already have. So those are my initial approach for the problems in this last month. If you have any question, I'll be glad to answer.
Any questions for Marcio? Okay, thank you. Thanks. All right.
Before you all head out, or I guess you can head out if you want. I just wanted to make sure everybody on the board kind of understands the role of the regionals, especially the new board members, and really kind of understands not just the role that they play, but also the work that they do with these communities. And there are, let's see, 6, is that correct? 6 regional directors out there in the field. And they're called on, as you can tell by what they've been talking about, they're called on for a lot of services from our businesses, from recruitment, from the communities that they work in. And it requires a lot of windshield time, and it requires a lot of, let's call it neuroplasticity. They have to, their brains have to flex and move and shift a lot. And so, you know, one of the things that we need to consider and think about as things become a little bit tighter in the state, and as we think about how we look at these grant and loan applications that come in, is making sure that we all as a board and as an executive team support them in their communities and help with as much as we can. I think that's really important. And I know that you're all behind that. And I just want to make sure that we're all recognizing the hard work that they do and the effort that they put in. The work to put this on in Greybull, obviously Greybull did a great job and came together, but also Amy Quick, I want to recognize you for all of the work to put this together. So thank you. And thanks for the work you do out there in the field.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item. I believe that would be strategy. Feels like it. So keep in mind that we do have a strategy execution committee too that will be engaging with you in rigorous detail very soon.
I'll keep it really short and sweet, especially in light of the great conversation that we had earlier today. I think it hit on a lot of the points that I was going to bring up. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, as I usually do. But while Ben is bringing that up, I'll just kind of jump into the main themes that that I want to touch on today are really around creating clarity and alignment and developing the partnerships that are extremely necessary to execute the strategy. Last year, as you guys all know very, very well, was all about development of the strategy. We got to work right away on developing how we're going to execute the strategy and created a lot of good plans. And now it's really time to put those plans into action. So you want to, do I have a clicker? I don't. Did you go to the next slide? Thank you. So last year, these are our 2019 key initiatives. And I wanted to just emphasize here that we made a lot of progress in 2019, and it's really phenomenal how fast and how much work we did in 2019 to refresh our strategy and to start to implement the strategy. And we made a lot of great progress on these 2019 key initiatives, but I wanted to just bring them up again today to emphasize that these aren't things that ended on December 31st, 2019. These are things that we continue to work on and continue to develop. I want to call into focus just one of those 2019 key initiatives, partnership development. I think Josh joining the team has been a huge advantage for us to kind of refresh and renew some of those partnerships. And he's been doing a lot of work talking to folks across the state. Also, leading up to this legislative session, we met with dozens of legislators. Ron Goldberg has really kind of led this charge. Amy, Ron, and I were the three musketeers having breakfast at the luxury diner every day of the week in December. And that's gone a really long way. Ron will give us an update. He's on location in Cheyenne currently, but he'll give us an update on that. But that work has not gone unnoticed. So we can flip on to next, but just wanted to make sure to emphasize that this work is ongoing when it comes to developing the program and service portfolio, developing metrics. A lot of talk about that this morning. We're continuing to work on that. The communication plan, expertise about development, all of that's really ongoing. But this is kind of the really main goal and main emphasis when it comes to strategy right now is really driving clarity and execution of the strategy. And we want to do that both in what we're doing at the Business Council and in the people who are doing those things. And those people are both internal at the Business Council and there are partners across the state, UW, WIDA, our legislative partners, the list goes on. And what we've really emphasized in the last couple of months is everything we do, every conversation we have, we're asking, how does this support the strategy? And I think that was evident in this morning's conversation. That was evident in the regional directors' updates. The strategy is what is driving every single move at the Business Council right now. We continue to work on that alignment. I don't know if Josh, you want to add anything to that?
No, I think the strategy as it is and as we move with what's been important is us thinking about that and saying, okay, with our partners, this is what we're working on and keeping that clarity and working on that clarity to make sure that our partners, our legislators, our business, anyone that we talk to, that we introduce the strategy to them. And then, as you mentioned, internally, that's a big time key too, to say what Are we carrying things around that we don't need to? Are we working on things that are not benefiting us? And I think that if you were to walk through the halls of not just the business council, but of some of our partners as well, they would know what the strategy looks like and what it means.
Right, exactly. But to Josh's point, saying yes is very important. Saying no is equally as important. In this morning's conversation, it was very clear. The business council is entrusted with, facing one of the biggest challenges that Wyoming has ever faced before. And we're charged with creating diverse, broad, and lasting growth in Wyoming, and we can't get distracted. And so the focus that we are really working on creating is extremely important to executing what we need to do. With that, I will we can switch it. These are our 2020 key initiatives. I'm just going to highlight three, I think, really great highlights in these 2020 key initiatives. Our industrial diversification program, for those of you who are new, this is a program that really embodies our purpose of adding value to core industries and leveraging them to activate new economic sectors. What this is it's a program that helps enable companies who have historically relied on the energy industry to explore opportunities in other sectors. And we are developing that with a proof of concept currently that's helping companies primarily in Casper and Sheridan. There are others across the state, but it really started organically in those two locations, helping companies there that have, again, historically been associated with energy and serving the energy industry, service companies, helping them explore opportunities in the aerospace and defense industry, and helping them to obtain the certifications that are needed to enter that market. Brandon Marshall has done an awesome job of getting this implemented, and we are now assisting 5 companies in identifying opportunities in the aerospace and defense industry, and then we're assisting 2 more in actually pursuing the industrial certifications that are needed to enter that industry. So just some great progress there. We'll use that as a proof of concept again, and we'd like to scale that to other industries this year as well. I don't know where to put this.
Sarah, I'll just add in the downtime while you're getting there. Those companies are using consultants to help with those certifications and learning that process. Those consultants are Wyoming based also. So this is not a study that some out-of-state company is coming in to provide. These are consultants based in Wyoming helping Wyoming companies.
The next initiative I want to just highlight some really cool progress in is the Team Wyoming initiative. The Team Wyoming initiative is really an effort to partner with both our state agency partners as well as communities in doing business, workforce, and tourism recruiting. And we've got a couple of, again, kind of proof of concepts going there. Wendy and Brandon and others had a very successful SHOT Show, and you heard a little bit about that from Brandy. And we're also heading, well, we'll see. We're supposed to be heading to South by Southwest next week. We'll see if coronavirus gets in the way of that. But that is, again, a partnership with Workforce Services. And we're doing that to kind of test the waters, do some learning about what it would take to recruit startups to Wyoming, to recruit investors to Wyoming. We're bringing a number of Wyoming investors with us, as well as a number of Wyoming startups, and we're really using it as a learning experience and an opportunity to begin to develop a network of investors and startups and resources within Wyoming. So really excited about that. It's again, a kind of a first shot, and we're being entrepreneurial about it and just trying it and see what happens. And next up on this initiative is bringing communities into the mix, and we'll do that at the American Wind Energy Association conference in June. All right. Next is the Business Resource Partners Working Plan. And I've got Ed Sinikowski on the phone to add to this conversation. But just to tee him up a little bit, we, for the board members who are new, we've been working with UW for months to years, really, to work to drive alignment within the Business Resource Network, which is kind of their economic development arm of the university, to drive alignment between the Business Resource Network and the Business Council. There's a lot of opportunity here to really leverage what a research university has to offer when it comes to economic development. And yeah, a lot of a good opportunity there. We had our first listening session just last week, yes, and heard a lot of good feedback there from our economic development partners, mainly from the Wyoming Economic Development Association. With that, I'll turn it over to Ed. Ed, are you on the phone?
I think so.
Yep,
Hi.
we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sarah, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk to you today about the work that we've been performing in partnership here with the Business Council. So as you recall, or you may recall, or if you don't, if you're new to the board, let me just indicate that the university and the Business Council each has what I'll call a group of 4. And these two groups have been meeting by phone regularly for some time now. And at the university, it's comprised of Chris Boswell, the interim vice president for community affairs, Tara Evans, vice president and general counsel, David Jewell, our associate vice president for finance, and me. And at the Business Council, it's comprised of Sarah, Ron Goldberg. Recently, Josh has joined us, and Jason Kinsler. And we meet usually by phone, although we have had hybrid meetings in person about every 2 weeks. And as Sarah indicated, a high-level focus here is developing an approach for state economic units to work together more effectively and to present resources to citizens in an effective and efficient manner. Certainly, the units that you fund, that you support, that are directly affiliated with the University of Wyoming are a key element of interest, the Business Resource Network, but our aim is bigger than this. Collectively, it's about presenting or developing an approach. It's in part about developing an approach where all the economic development units in the state work, first of all, understand each other's roles better than they presently do, and work efficiently and effectively together as they present to the state. So, as Sarah indicated, one of the actions that we've been carrying out is a series of listening sessions, which we began last week with the various economic development resources within the state. And this is intended in part to inform the plan that we're developing in parallel or in concert with the Business Council that will be presented to you later this year. And the plan, at the high level, is about proposing a way in which we will organize ourselves and market ourselves for clarity to statewide business interests. And these are really, they're listening sessions, but they're really conversations with people in the audience. And the UW group of 4 and the Wyoming Business Council group of 4 representatives were at our first session, we're sitting on the sidelines listening, with the exception that Josh occasionally was asked a direct question to answer. But aside from that, everyone was listening, and and learning. So the first meeting we had was last, was it Friday in Cheyenne? Or no, I think it was Wednesday in Cheyenne as part of the, associated with taking advantage of the WIDA conference that was ongoing there. Overall, it was very constructive and positive. We met for 90 minutes. It was a wide-ranging conversation. I think people were really leaning into it. It was constructive. I'd like to highlight here that one indication of the UW commitment here in projecting a seriousness of intent in this, in strengthening our partnership with the Business Council and really understanding the needs of business interests in the state, is that Brad Bonner, who is a trustee of the University of Wyoming, has agreed to facilitate these. He's an attorney. He's a mediator. I think he did a marvelous job in Cheyenne, really setting up the question, what is your experience? Certainly he was asking, what is your experience? What do you think can be done better? Where do you think the opportunities reside with respect to the University of Wyoming as an economic development partner? Where have we fallen short? But asking this question more generally as an economic development community. And I just really think he did a fantastic job. And remember, actually, yes, we have a new president who has just been announced, and I can comment on that if you'd like. But really, the trustees, the president reports to the trustees, and so when you have the trustee leading this conversation, it's a very high-level statement of seriousness of intent on the part of the university to get this right. A couple of leading themes stood out to me and my colleagues here. I think this won't surprise you, and it's part of what was reflected here is provided the motivation for doing this in the first place. And a strong thread was a stated need to organize our units so that they present coherently to the state, so that people who are under the stress of developing a new business, for example, can find an efficient entry point into the economic development units, yes, at the University of Wyoming, but more generally as well. And so this was a concern. This was certainly an expressed concern of our own BRN units, but it was, again, a generalized comment from the audience regarding all of the economic development support units in Wyoming. Another thread, which actually I had picked up on last summer when I was talking to a private business owner in Wyoming, is that there are many comments regarding how the individual economic development unit's success is measured and how that incentivizes certain ways of interacting or disincentivizes it. In particular, the general comment, I think, and Sarah and Josh, you and Ron, you may, I don't know how you reacted to this or what you picked up on, but I think there are many people who talk about the challenge of making referrals when in fact they feel that one key measure of their success is how they serve the unit. I don't know what the metrics are that they are actually working under, but I think it was broadly expressed that their own measure of success was actually, helping a unit that came, or an enterprise that came to them directly, and therefore they might not feel incentivized or secure in referring them to another economic development unit in the state. So maybe there's a question of incentivization of referrals. So to be discussed, but it seemed like at best we may have a loose confederation of economic development entities statewide that may not really be incentivized to actually work as a true coherent network. Our next meetings are in Riverton on April 1st, in Rock Springs on April 2nd, and in Gillette on April 6th. And so just at a personal level, let me just say that I've really enjoyed in in working on this task and in developing our plans going forward with this between these groups of four. I've very much enjoyed it. We've had a great conversation with Sarah on the computer when she couldn't get over the snow-blown hilltop between Laramie and Cheyenne, and Josh here in Laramie. And it was a free-ranging and very frank discussion about what do we expect from each other and what can we be doing. No conclusions drawn, but I think everyone welcomed that the conversations are vibrant and productive, and everyone is leading towards a common goal here of taking this to a different kind of level of service. So I'll pause and receive any questions you have and any comments, or maybe Sarah, you might want to correct me on something I've said. Feel free.
Are there any questions for Ed? All right, cool. Well, with that, then thank you, Ed. That's all the highlights that I had for our 2020 initiatives. Happy to answer any questions about our other initiatives. You've heard about a lot of them today, but I'll leave it there in terms of our initiatives.
Okay.
Ron is in Cheyenne, and he will give us a legislative update, a little bit of history of how the session went or has gone so far, and where we are now.
Ron, before you jump in, any questions on the strategy?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe just for our new board members, do you remember the exact date that we approved our strategy?
It was May 5th. Yes, it was Cinco de Mayo. Yes, May 5th.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I remember we had the meeting and we talked about it, and then Megan said, no, I want this done by May.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was March.
Yeah, it was like this meeting.
She said that, yes.
Yeah.
What year did we?
Yep. Yeah, it was the March board meeting last year, and we started our strategy refresh. And so, it's still growing legs, but the strategy is, it's learning how to walk, maybe.
Right.
Crawling. Yeah.
Thank you.
One question, Mike. Do we have copies of these slides? Were they sent out or missed them?
Yeah, I can share them with you. Sure.
Great.
That'd be great. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, now we're ready to turn it back to you, Sarah, to turn it over to Ron.
Ron, are you on?
I am. Just a quick mic check. How's the sound?
Sound
Hello?
a little happy.
You sound good, Ron.
I am happy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Sarah. So Business Council and staff have done a lot of work leading up to and during this legislative session to make sure our funding strategy is in place. It is so far, but there are threats. Before I provide a quick update on Business Council related bills still working their way through the session, let's take stock in the tone of some bills and amendments that have died the past 3+ weeks. Senate File 100, Business Ready Community Amendments. It died in the House of Origin when it wasn't introduced to the Senate Committee of the Whole. In a nutshell, the Business Ready Community Bill would have put the BRC rules in statute and amended some current rules in terms of revenue, recapture, and minimum interest rates, to name a couple. They would have made efforts to evolve the program with the times, much more cumbersome. Staff informed legislators their concerns were noted, and that staff and the board already are working through the BRC rule revision process, and it is a very transparent and inclusive process. There also was an amendment on the Senate budget bill that called for the defunding of the Business Council. There was also a bill that called for the defunding of the tourism agency. Both amendments died on the Senate floor. And finally, during the Joint Appropriations Committee markup of the budget bill, there were recommendations to cut $10 million from the Business Ready Community Program budget, then $5 million, then $2.5 million. That $2.5 million stuck and remains today in the budget bill. So again, just because our funding strategy remains in place today, there are no future guarantees during these turbulent economic times in Wyoming. We must remain vigilant and execute our strategic refresh. And frankly, we must continue to communicate our strategy with lawmakers. I was very pleased this week when the chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee sought me out at the Capitol and asked if the Business Council would be willing to work with the Joint Agriculture Committee during the interim this summer and fall. Likewise, the chairman of the House Minerals, Business, and Economic Development Committee wants the Joint Minerals Committee during the interim to focus more on economic development than it did during the interim last year. As for today, there are three key bills still alive that we're focusing on. Of course, the budget bill. That process began with the Business Council's recommendation to Governor Gordon last fall. The governor then presented his recommendation to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and then the JAC marked up the bill, and mirror budget bills in the House and Senate were marked up during this session. As of now, there's a joint conference committee working on any differences in the House and Senate budget bills. There's only one difference in the House and Senate budget bills pertaining to the Business Council that must be resolved. There's $10 million out of our $34.3 million BRC budget that has different funding sources between the two houses. One is general funds, and the $10 million on the other side is from mineral royalty grant funding. That is a funding stream through the State Lands and Investments Office that goes to municipalities and counties for emergency infrastructure needs. We're tracking closely what that joint conference committee to resolve differences is going to do, but at this moment, we don't know. But at the end of the day, as of today, our funding is whole. It's just where they decide where the revenue stream is going to land on that $10 million. House Bill 142 earmarks $1 million from the 2018 Ag Marketing Bill toward a medium-sized export-only USDA meat processing plant. By export only, that is interstate and international export markets. The $1 million earmarked from the Ag Marketing Bill would apply to any Business Council finance program. So it could be BRC, challenge loan, large loan. The bill cleared the House. It's cleared the Senate Agriculture Committee this week, and this morning it cleared the Senate Appropriations Committee. It'll now move to the full Senate for 3 readings, unless, of course, it's killed on first or second reading. House Bill 151, in a nutshell, makes the economic development large loan process operate more like the private sector and cuts down on bureaucracy. Josh Keefe, our finance manager, has done a lot of work on this, as well as the bill sponsor, Representative Mike Greer from Moreland. In the past 3 years, there have been 4 large loan applications. Only one, Atlas Carbon in Gillette, has been financed. This amendment to the original large loan bill would create a 3-person review team to include the governor or his designee, the treasurer or his designee, and a member of the Business Council Board of Directors who has expertise in banking or experience in the banking industry, as designated by the Business Council CEO. House Bill 151 is now on the Senate floor for three readings. As of this moment, I don't know when it's scheduled for its first reading, but given that the session ends next Thursday or Friday, it'll be coming soon. In the words of bill sponsor Representative Greer, the idea is a loan package is put together by the Business Council, then it goes to the Loan Review Committee for an up or down proposition. Then there won't be any tinkering with the loan package upon final approval. So it kind of cleans up the process that's somewhat been a hurdle for the past 3 years or so. And one final note, you may seen in the Casper paper this morning that the House and Senate are at an impasse on 13 items in the budget all of which must be resolved before the budget goes to the governor for review. The story did not mention the business council. I'm not aware that that's a hangup. And as I said, as this hour, we're tracking it and trying to find any information we can. Real quickly, I want to, we talk a lot about teamwork, and I've really thought about this today. Teamwork we all strive for, but there's an element beyond that with caring. And I can't say enough about many people, too many to the list, during this legislative session who have listened to various committee meetings and floor sessions when one person can't be in two places at once. There be people who have said, hey, did you hear about this? And I may not have been aware of it, but we were able to jump on it. And there's people who are helping update the bill tracker we're following. So it's an incredible team effort from people who really care. And I want to thank all the staff for that help. And I would stand for any questions.
And I want to echo that and direct it directly toward Ron. I think we're, like Ron said in his introduction, we are not out of the woods yet. There's definitely room for things to go sideways, but so far we've really fared pretty well in the legislative session, and that's really in large part due to the work that Ron Goldberg has done. So thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we done on this item?
With that, I think I'm done here. So,
Done?
yeah.
Josh, you're good? Yeah. All right. Takes us to other board matters. I guess that's information only. Any discussion on standing committee meetings or next regular board meeting? You can't. Okay. Kim says we need to reschedule our May board meeting. No.
It'll end much sooner
That's
because I
right.
won't be there.
Okay. Well, we look forward to having everybody in Sundance. If you need a DL on anything local, let me or Brandy know. And our corporate headquarters is there. We'll have like space set up if anybody needs a place to work or anything like that, feel free to make yourself at home at Precorp. We'll take care of you and give you some coffee and some good broadband. So.
Another question. Was it on purpose that the Personnel Budget and Audit Committee is meeting on April 15th?
No,
On
but
purpose?
yes, it wasn't. No.
Just asking.
I guess with that being said, I wish Megan was here so she could see that we are adjourning at 3:18. So
Send her a text.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody send her a text. All right. So with that being said, thank you everybody for a great meeting. Thanks to the community of Greybull for such a great hospitality while we're here. Learned some really cool things about this town. I can't wait to get back, and would entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, stay here.